Everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 22 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22, or 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We're also doing 2 contests right now. The first contest we're doing is we will be having a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, you push this reading out to the collective. So I always really appreciate when you guys are tapping that screen. The other giveaway we're doing right now is we will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. But first and foremost, most importantly, before we get started, how are we doing today? How are we feeling? Scale of 1 to 10. Let me know how you're doing. If you're feeling a little out of sorts, if you're feeling a little, okay, so I want to walk you through a bit about something that's occurring right now that I think is really important. And a lot of it is having to recognize that while we're still in retrograde right now. We're still going through that Venus in retrograde. And fortunately, that is ending in about 2 days. So we'll have a bit of a reprieve there. But one of the difficulties that we've had to navigate during this most recent energetic cycle had to do with the combination of the Mercury retrograde in combo, like working with, against, we're going to explain it in a minute, with the Venus in retrograde. Why was there so much of this intensity? We had a bunch of very uncomfortable things happening at once. We just came out of the eclipse cycles, so remembering that eclipses always make everything feel much more energetically intense. We have the Mercury retrograde, which again helps us identify and innovate, but often things that we rely upon, routines, they start to fracture, they start to get a little wonky during those Mercury retrograde cycles, helping to recognize and identify the difference between a groove and a rut. We also have the Venus in retrograde cycles, which often are very difficult because they frequently distort perception. It's hard to be able to see the self, or sometimes feeling very hypercritical. It's hard to find beauty during Venus in retrograde cycles. Now, one thing that I noticed that is very intriguing is the fact that one of the things that happened that basically was occurring while we were going through that eclipse cycle was that Mercury and Venus began in Aries and they effectively pulled back into Pisces. So, and at the same time, we've had Neptune, which is often the space of memory, right? It is the sentiment. It is the things that we carry within us. That was moving forward into Aries. And the way I keep on describing this, it's like the caboose gets in front of the engine to a certain extent, right? That heavy density of Neptune moving in front of Mercury and Venus. It's working through, and I've been kind of describing it as like a cosmic K-turn, if you will, because it creates that moment of being able to move around something in order to see it in a different way, right? And I want you to kind of think about that in relationality to a lot of, and because I know that a lot of this work that we've been navigating right now, coming out of this eclipse cycle, has felt very difficult, may have felt very heavy, may have been feeling like a lot of that focus upon the self, how one sees the self, how others see the self. But, and I like to describe this, this is why it's so vital and important to be able to work through frustration. Because when we feel frustrated, we want to push things away from ourselves, we want to avoid things. But when we work towards intentionality, right? I keep on seeing that there's something really important that's happening during this period of time as it relates to um, frustration versus processing, right? Working through something with a pathwork of stabilization and determination versus being able to articulate upon what feels like it's not working. So, the benefit that we're identifying right now, particularly and especially with the fact that Mercury is stationed direct this week, is finding the words to convey something that's been on your mind, working in the context of being able to articulate and describe the value and meat of something, working through the energetic lesson. Because one of the things I'm seeing, and we were seeing this even last week, this kind of like this cosmic cluster, if you will, of Neptune, Mercury, and Venus all bundled up together. It's like the nostalgia machine, right? There's a lot of that ability to look at something and to feel the weight of how much you care about it, but also being able to, again, the addition of the Mercury energy kind of combined with the Neptune and the Venus, it allows it's like it allows one to find something energetically productive through it. And that space or that sense of productivity, that's why I keep on seeing there's something that feels very refreshing about a lot of these new energetic connections that are forming at this time. But at the same time, I'm also recognizing that there are potentially a lot of energetic separations that are simultaneously occurring at at the same moment due to an ability. And I like to, and one of the things I'm seeing here, which is kind of nice about some of those separations, is they feel like they're healthy separations. And why do they feel like they're healthy separations? Because the ability to articulate on what the circumstances are that are limiting the ability to progress forward. I keep on seeing that there's almost like there's potentially less trauma occurring around this time, even for energy moving into separation, due to an ability to recognize and identify what an energetic hurdle is or what an impasse point is as it relates to being trying to move towards union, but potentially having different manifestation goals. Now, this is having, and I'm really, and one of the things we're also seeing is I feel like if you've been feeling a lot of that rockiness, working towards, I feel like a lot of this energy that we're working towards right now as it relates to this Libra full moon cycle, it's it's navigating bittersweetness, right? It's not allowing oneself to sugarcoat something. It's not allowing oneself to allow the emotions to cloud judgment, right? But often, and we've talked a lot about this work that we're seeing, a lot of the work that I've been seeing from a perspective of the tarot have been these are chariot lessons. And what do we identify with chariot lessons? Chariot lessons are effectively, and what's interesting about it is we often characterize chariots as being vehicles of movement. But interestingly enough, when we look at the card, and I talk about this at length in my tarot church classes, when we look at the card for the chariot, we actually, I've had to talk to students about it. Students tell me, they say, why does it look like that card? Why does it look like the chariot's not going anywhere? Right? It almost looks like it's made out of cement. And the thing about Pamela Coleman Smith is she was, a genius in relationality to how she drew these depictions. The rigidness that we often characterize and we see in that card speaks towards the force of energy that it takes to move something from a place of static into activation, right? And it's a little bit easier if you like drive a manual engine, because one of the things that you notice if you drive a manual engine is the strongest gear that you have in a manual engine is first gear, right? You need a lot of force when you're pushing something forward, but once it starts to move, then you don't necessarily have to put so much energy into it. And so there may be a lot of conversations that are happening right now in partnership as it relates to the distribution of that force, right? Because when we're in healthy partnership, it feels like that is the consistency, or that is the stability that we create upon something, wherein we identify and we feel the stabilization point that we find in healthy partnership, that allows the context upon which to build. But when we're in unstable partnership, it feels like it is exhaustive, because you have to use all of your effort, all of your energy, all of your force to try to identify and recognize what is going on, where something is going, what's happening. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this conversational space that may be occurring right now as it relates to relationship, to a talk towards the appreciation of recognizing and seeing how we work towards being able to create that point of stabilization for one another, or simultaneously, potentially, some energy moving into separation as a result of something that feels like it is too much of a back and forth, too much jitter, too much of that, like, and we were talking about it yesterday, the difference between aspiration and inspiration. Now, what happens when we're in an aspirational relationship? When we have an aspirational relationship, we feel excited. We feel fortified by it, right? We continue to build and we hold ourselves to that continually, that high standard, right? It's like making the benchmark that allows things to be possible. But when we're in relationships that feel more inspired, right? We often see those I keep on describing this as the energy that often doesn't feel like it comes towards us in a consistent way, but only when the mood strikes, right? Only when there's a modality of sentimentality, right? Something that feels more based upon another person's inclination instead of their aspiration. So for a lot of the energy right now in separation, I either see that these are potentially there is potentially a lot of work that's happening right now prior to this build up to the full moon in Libra, being able to articulate and define something that feels less like it creates a stabilization point in relationship, but more that feeling that someone just kind of, pull when the sentimentality pulls, they come forward, but it creates that confusion in us, because when another person says to each other, when another person says, like, that there's that hold on, where there's that space of feeling called forth, right? Relationships aren't built on inspiration. They're built on the energetic standards that we're trying to maintain, the consistency that we create. So I keep on seeing that this may be creating a little bit of this frustration as it relates to some of that separation point. But even in those moments, the gift that's happening during this time is the ability to find the language to articulate upon, like, the direction of the manifestation in terms of what someone is hoping for versus what they're receiving. Well, a lot of these new partnerships that I'm seeing right now that are coming through, it's interesting because I see energy. I actually see energy moving into partnership right now, and letting go of a lot of steam in the process, working through a lot of frustration. And why is that? Because articulated the fact that often clarity does not come from going backwards, it comes from going forward. So if these are energetic connections where one is building forth with someone that understands the value of I keep on seeing routine effort, consistent effort, the consistency that we create in one another that allows the context where all things can be possible, then suddenly it allows for like that dawning realization of what wasn't working in the past, the relationships that felt too jittery. They felt too much like like bursts of activation, and then like nothing, because often the indication point of an energetic relationship that is built more on inspiration is that the fact that you can't depend on it because it's only occurring at the moment that the mood strikes within another. So everything I keep on seeing here, like this is why it's chariot energy, because, and I keep on seeing there's a lot of this fragility as it relates to these partnerships that are starting, but it's the delicacy that is the indicative point of the fact that it is real, because this isn't the energy that's like, this isn't like the warrior partnerships that we saw a few months ago that were like the Wonder Twins. They came together and nothing will tend to tear them asunder. This is energy that's like building towards one another like lace. They're learning to create trust between themselves, potentially having had wounds in the past wherein, again, it wasn't the fact that someone didn't give them something great. It's the fact that someone couldn't maintain that point of consistency as it relates to what they were receiving from them. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, a lot of this work that we're seeing right now, a lot of unpacking, a lot of unpacking. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, being able to look back on the past and see something that one could not see before, being able to recognize and identify an energetic blind spot in the self, that is painful. That is rough. It sometimes cuts us to the core when we're on the journey of self-understanding, because we talk about the fact that it doesn't pad the ego when you're actually healing, right? It's not going to pad the ego when you're actually healing. You're going to see things there that you haven't seen before. You're going to go, ouch, right? But that ability of identifying and seeing something about the self is both, it's a gift, because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing so, the ability to articulate upon something that they see in that way, and setting the energetic standard in terms of what they're building, hoping to change going forward. Welcome to that full moon in Libra. I told you it's incubation energy that we're experiencing right now. Setting new energetic standards, not getting caught up in the space of regret, right? Not allowing oneself to be devastated in the revelation of the self, but letting it kind of set the intention as it relates to what it is that you're trying to do as you go forward. So it's frustrating. I can see the energy that's frustrated with themselves. Often I keep on seeing being soothed by the energetic partner, right? But this is a lot of the gift that we see there, because again, it's a lot of the conversations and relationality to the fact that a healthy relationship does not require perfection. Perfection is something that we make, and the aspiration of the self, what we see within ourselves that we aspire for, when we identify that the counterpart sees us in that same way, that is the difference between feeling like another is building towards one's potential versus feeling the stabilization point of who we are. Because never do we feel more seen and held than when we recognize that both we are in an energetic connection where not only do we feel held in the position of who we are at this moment, but that the counterpart sees our higher self clearly as well and holds us dearly as we move towards it. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, that is deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that a lot of this energy is already working on Gemini and Taurus lessons. And that has to do, again, welcome to Libra full moon, right? Building upon the approximation of stabilization, identifying what it takes, not taking things personally, but being energetically productive and potentially working through hurdles, working through, I keep on seeing like difficult knots. Why do they come through as knots? Because when I see difficult knots, it is the recognition point between stubbornness, and exquisite insistence, right? Because when we're energetically stubborn, we hold on to things that are not important, right? We aren't frequently we can tell when we're being stubborn because when we hold on to something that bothers us and another person says, "Why? Why is that so important to you?" We have a hard time finding words for it. It's usually like that's because the ego is our like defense mechanism, right? The ego doesn't like explaining things. The ego just likes to hold on to things because it feels good to hold on to them. It feels safe. It feels safe. But when something is important, when something has value, when something has meaning, the higher self wants to talk about it. The higher self is willing to understand and recognize what we are exquisitely insisting upon because the higher self is always ready and willing and able to have that conversation. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union working through the process of their own frustration, right? Trying to focus, trying to lock in through it. Because when we persevere through our own frustration, right, we find the way through it that often allows us to communicate upon something that is important to us, right? But it's frustrating, but it's hard. It's annoying. So if you're feeling like this right now, I'm going to tell you the same thing I said. And I'm going to tell you again, sometimes coming out of these eclipse cycles is worse than being in them because then you just feel on exhaustion. You feel the doldrums of coming out of the eclipse. It's almost like, at least when, like I like to point out, eclipse energy is like house party music. It's like bump, bump, bump. So we come out of them and we're like, we like feel like we're going to like energetically crash. So if you're just focusing right now on building into an even keel, focusing on again the care of the self, that's okay, right? I want you to imagine everything else beyond that right now is extra credit. That is a recap on everything we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now if you would like to see that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we will be doing is we will be gifting a reading out to whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're trying to win that as well. But let me know how you're feeling right now. Now that Mercury's gone direct, let me know how you're feeling with the build up to this full moon that's coming up on the 13th. How are you grounding your energy? How are you anchoring right now? Grand rising, Haley. So good to see you. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And welcome as well, Ducky. Erin, such a joy to see you as well. I hope you're having a beautiful day too. Hi there, welcome V. Yes, we just got started, dear. You haven't missed a thing. Hi there, Bridget. So good to see you, dear. Any new dreams? Feeling isolated and lonely. V, you are not alone. We are all here with you. And I got to tell you something about the coming out of this eclipse cycle, the doldrums. It can feel like it can bring on ennui, right? It's awful quiet in here. Like that's often how we feel, but it has to do with the fact that we're coming out of that like intense energy of the eclipse. I want you hydrating. I want you prioritizing self-care right now. And I want you reaching out to others if you're feeling isolated, right? Pay attention to what your higher self is asking for. 5 out of 10. Listen, I'll take 5 out of 10 right now, Ducky. I don't think that's too bad. I think that's a good starting line. We can work with that. We can work with that. And Grand Rising Susie, so good to see you as well, dear. Thank you, Bridget, for those good gifts. Addison, Grand Rising. Oh, sending you condolences. I wish them well on their journey, and I wish you well as you're healing. What do you mean when I say separation? So V, when I talk about energy and separation, that's energy that doesn't feel like either that doesn't feel in connection right now. So energy that is either single or working through feelings of isolation, right? We're talking about that here as well. Thank you as well, Bridget, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Kitty. Thank you for the follow. Heads up, Carrie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Susie, happy to be almost done with the Venus retrograde. I know. But here's the thing. Remember, like the message that we've been seeing right now, like grit on the mirror, right? Grit on the mirror. Why do we keep on getting the message right now during this, during this Venus in retrograde, remembering that when we feel like there's grit on the mirror, right? Grit is actually what shines mirrors, right? The ability to take a note, the ability to address something that bothers you, right? That ability of being compassionate with oneself as one does so, right? Like that's why we keep on seeing like a lot of that work in relationality to determination and allowing for that space of compassion as you navigate situations and circumstances right now. And I know you're going to get upset with me when I say things like don't get triggered right now, don't take things personally. Don't like I'm not saying it because you want to hear it. I'm saying it because it's what's best. I'm saying it because it's trust me, it's gonna help situations right now. Hi there, Samantha. You've got this. That's my guide for you right now. You've got this. Trust yourself, okay? Trust your intuition. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. So good to see you today. Grand Rising Morgs, how are you doing? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Hi there, Haley. You are speaking to my soul right now. I'm using some of this to help my boyfriend grow with me. I'm so glad that this is helping them as well, right? It's not easy. Listen, I feel like there's a lot of this energy right now that feels a little bit like that get down, stay down kind of energy. Listen, when the energy feels like get down, stay down, we raise the roof. We raise the roof. That's like, like that's what we kind of got to go through, right? We got to like navigate that right now. We're all feeling it, you know, but continue to do that work. And thank you as well, Per. So good to see you today. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Hi there, Haley. Lol, literally, my boyfriend asked me why I care so much about helping him change to better his life. Oh, but like that's, I mean, like that. And remember, do you remember what I said about having those conversations about why things are intrinsically important instead of being stubborn? Like being able to communicate, to be able to find the words. You're literally in the process of doing that right now. Sending you so much support on that journey. Jacob, still in pain. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself and make sure you're hydrating, okay? I hope you feel better soon. Haley, I deeply appreciate your insight. Thank you, and thank you for being here and thank you for being a part of the collective. I feel like I like to believe we help each other along the way. Hi there, welcome. Thank you as well, Neb. Good to see you, little vamp. How are you doing today? Hold on, I lost my spot. Hi there, Tay. How are you doing? Grand Rising, Estevan. Slapping. What a great username. I love your username. I'm not giving into my anxious thoughts and taking control of my life again. Tap to claim slapping. Move the anxiety into excitement. Allow that to find, like, again, focusing on Libra full moon. Find what balances you at this time. Okay. I am exhausted. I know it's exhausting energy right now, slapping. It's exhausting. It's ennui. We're coming out of the eclipse, and again, it's a lot. I got to point out, it's this moving back and forth from like planets right now, moving back and forth into Aries, back into Pisces, into Aries, back into Pisces. It's like a lot of this, like, like it's disorienting. I just keep on pointing out to everybody. It's like, it's not even like, it's not even like a roller coaster. It's like a trampoline. You know what I mean? It makes you seasick, Actually, I felt moi I like that, moi. I felt moi in January and quit and felt quite fine through the eclipse. I would encourage you to check on your chart to see if you were born where eclipses were when you were born. Sometimes those who feel a little bit better during eclipses were born in proximity to them. It happens with retrogrades too. Lynn, I'm feeling a little like an anxious bee trying to ground through my investments for the future. I mean, again, like there's a lot of, I got to point out, a lot of this anxiety. I feel like a lot of this anxiety, I keep on saying it's this pullback between Aries and Pisces, navigating through those uncertainties, right? One of the things I keep on saying is like plans right now help. And the nice thing about plans is plans can prepare for any circumstance, right? So continuing to do that as well. Anything that feels like it grounds you. Okay. V, thank you for explaining that. And yes, good suggestion. We'll focus on self-care. You're so welcome, dear. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Flo. Thank you. This is like an old shirt. I like dug it out from the archives. This is like a 90s shirt. I feel like I need to go to the mall. Thank you for sharing the live, Flo. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Flo, I'm so grateful to you for a few weeks ago. You kept me from snapping on him, and the other day I got him flowers. I'm so glad that I'm helping you work through some things right now, Flo, and continue. Like, again, don't snap if you're feeling it. Make sure you're articulating through it, right? Especially right now, because I'm telling you, it has to. That Uranus and Taurus is not helping, right? Nobody has any patience anymore. It's like everybody's on a hair trigger. So being able to like recognize that within the self, speaking through it instead of reacting to it, it's going to help a lot right now. Bridget, hold on a minute. Whoop, bum, 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 bum. Where'd my spot go? Hold on, where'd I go? I know it is not feeling it today. I got you, little vamp. Hold on a minute, just looking. All right. I mean, and here's the like, the thing about the energy right now is like I keep on describing it. It's like wah wah. You know what I mean? It's like it's going because we're going back and forth between Aries and Pisces. So it feels very like I feel like the emotions come up and then they go away, and the emotions come up and then they go away. And that's why, again, what is the work that we have to focus on right now with the Libra full moon, right? Not letting the emotions or feelings distract the self, right? Like working through them from a place of observation instead of feeling energetically controlled by them. I told you, it's chariot lessons. It's not easy. Like, and it's kind of like it's not, and it's funny too, because for me it's not even blah, it's wah wah. It's like a whammy switch on a guitar, you know. All right. And thank you again, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Lots of dreams last night. I'm keeping a journal now. I will share some soon. Oh, great. I'm so glad you're keeping a journal. Bridget, you better be keeping a journal. You're having prophetic dreams. You better be keeping a journal. Let me know if you see any numbers in the dream. Okay. All right. Flo, everything lately has been so beautiful. Tough for good, but for good reason, right, again, recognizing what's important, though, navigating the toughness but understanding the reason of it. Sending you so much support on that journey, Flo. It's beautiful here today, but man, I just want to cry. It's little, it's the emotions. Like, again, it's Mercury and Venus going back and forth between like Aries and between like the border between Aries and Pisces, right? It's a lot of nostalgia. Like it's all come. It's like I would not be surprised if you're having those moments that you're like, whoa, why am I even thinking about that? You know, I feel like it's doing a lot of work. I keep on hearing it's like it's unlocking past memories. Things like being like, oh, but here's the thing, and I need to point this out. This is a little bit of the gift in that, something coming back from a point of sentimentality and then recognizing that one's perception upon it has shifted to a certain degree. Like, see how far you've come. It's difficult, but I keep saying it's energetically necessary, right? Like it's about like it's like the perspective is the gift. I haven't been, hold on a moment. I haven't been sleeping lately. I know that the sleeping right now, Michelle, is garbage. Like, and I'm going to tell you, like, the reason I feel like sleeping right now is garbage is because here's the thing: when we're in Pisces, it's hard to get up, right? And Aries, it's hard to stay down. So I feel like again, the fact that we're bouncing back and forth with planets going back and forth between Pisces and Aries, it's probably like you're not getting any sleep. You feel like you're not getting any sleep at night, or you're just like crashing down and staying down and having a hard time getting up the next day. I know, grounding and sitting in the sun, falling. But here's the thing, listen, little, just like releasing, right? Like allowing that context of emotional release. It's going to kind of help with this right now. Like, and we've been talking a lot about the space of honoring how we feel, but honoring how we feel isn't being controlled by our feelings, right? Honoring how we feel is observing our feelings, recognizing them, right? Being able to define meaning from them. So if you're doing that, like, I'm telling you, like, this Libra full moon stuff, it's heavy, right? It's intense, but it's fortifying. Gabriella, can you help me bring clarity to my work situation? I'm feeling a call to switch my brokerages. Gabrielle, I'm happy to. I want to point this out. I always need to stress this as it relates to decisions. When we're in this space, we never leave the autonomy. We never remove the autonomy of the self to make choices for us. So I can read around the energy of the circumstances or the decision, but I ultimately, those choices are always ones that you yourself maintain, right? I like to point out that we try to do healthy reading here, which will give you the things that you need to make the choices going forward. That said, I'm happy to read around the energy and relationality to career. If you'd like to get on the list is open. If I get winning numbers, I'll share them. I'm going to close. You said it. Okay. Thank you, Bridget. Jacob, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Dada. The only time I see numbers in my dreams is when I see clocks. Well, here's the thing that's wild. I'm like, you should always pay attention when you see numbers or words in your dream, because you can't read in dreams. And so when you come back with a memory of having read something, and this is what we do when I'm doing dream interpretation readings, or when I'm working with clients on dream work, we always pay a lot of attention when there's moments that we recognize or identify that words or numbers are being shown in dreams, because often those are guided messages. Thank you for confirmation, Little. Yeah, a lot of past memories coming out right now. No, I'm telling you right now, like, this is, and it's because Mercury is behind Neptune, right? Neptune is usually the memory bank. And so Mercury is like coming up behind Neptune right now. So it's like being able to see things that you couldn't, or feeling or remembering things that you completely forgotten about. I'm like, hold on a minute. Why am I thinking about this? You're thinking about this because, and I keep on describing this. Okay. Mercury is like the engine. Mercury is the front. Mercury is like the spearhead energy. Okay. And Neptune is the caboose, right? Neptune's the back end energy. So everything's a little bit twisted right now, because with Mercury behind Neptune, it's like the observation of seeing something from the past that you either couldn't remember, or seeing an aspect of it that you couldn't see before. It's like jaw dropping, you know? It's like a lot of like it's a lot of that. Can we all go to Thailand on a group trip? Oh my God, I would love that, Per. That's a great idea. I'll take that. I'll take that into notation. We can definitely think about doing something like that. When I've brought everyone a subscription, that I've been given the numbers. Oh, that's true. And again, thank you so much, Bridget, for purchasing those subscriptions for everyone. I know that everyone really, those who received it, deeply appreciated it. And Carrie, thank you so much and thank you guys so much as a community for supporting each other. It means a lot to me as well, what we've created here. Carrie, thank you for sharing the live, dear. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you as well, Jeb. Dada, I can't say I ever see words in my dreams. I've definitely seen words in my dreams. And whenever I do, I always notate them, because I'm like, that should not be happening. I've done dream readings here for those who have had words appear in their dreams. And we always kind of, one of the things I do when I read for them is trying to understand what was trying to be communicated with the words that appear. Speaking of which, if you would like to get on the list today for either a dream interpretation reading or a past life, I recognize that sometimes you have information that's hard to fit in the chat windows. So if you want to send the context of the dream or the past life in the notes of the donation payment method, I can read from it there. Or if you are a subscriber to our Discord, you can also put it in the Discord channels that are dedicated to those. And that way I'll just refer to them when we have our reading. For those who are joining us, if you would like to get on the list for today, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things that do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, and if you get on the list right now, you'll be the first person read for. The first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading as well. Dada, my dreams are mostly visual, and I feel the emotions of them when I wake up. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. I wonder. I would be curious as to where your Cancer placement is, and your Pisces placement, right? Because it says to me that there's something very aesthetic about the dream space that you create. And Jillian, thank you. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Numbers are relevant too. Yeah, absolutely. I saw 1 month ago in dream numbers of a safe combination. That's wild. Yeah, you have to remember when we say when you can't read in dreams, it applies to numbers as well. You shouldn't be able to see numbers. So when you see numbers in dreams, that's important to notate too. Thank you again for those gifts, Little Vamp. Hi, Nikki. Good to see you. You did make it in time for the collective today. Haley, overcoming my addiction. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear, so I can finally remember my dreams again. I'm sending you so much support in doing so, dear. Good for you. Thank you as well. Yep, you're right on time, dear. Hi there, Mary. Good morning. I have time to get a reading I was not able to get yesterday. Yes, absolutely. I'll absolutely add you to the list, Maria. You will be the first person we're reading for today. Thank you for confirming that you're here. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for, but I will honor the extra card for whoever it's first person to sign up for today. Jacob, feeling better tomorrow. I'm going to the gym. Excellent. Continue to focus on self-care right now, Jacob. Thank you as well. You're a Cancer. Thank you for confirming, Donna. You have a very aesthetically focused dream space. Yep. Thank you. It's been something I've been guided to do for a while, and I think I'm ready. I'm sending you, again, resolution energy. This is a great time to be doing that, Haley. Nikki, I had another dream. Hold on a minute. About my text communication from an ex who hasn't spoken to me in months. We were just talking about this. You shouldn't be able to read messages in dreams. So if you want to get on the list to read for it, I'd love to do so. I don't know about my other placements. Good, that's okay, Dada. Ducky, interesting about being born around eclipses or retrogrades. That explains a lot. We've talked about this here. I've seen clients that are like a certain retrograde doesn't bother me, and I'm like, well, and we look at their chart, and sure enough, they were like sitting like straight up within one in the moment they were born. It's like, well, no wonder they don't bother you. You're a little retro baby. So I always remember mine, and I find stuff out through mine. That's fantastic. And again, as I mentioned, I do dream interpretations here. If you'd like to get on the list is open. And but again, if you want to have a dream interpreted here, rather than trying to go to the trouble of putting it in the comments, just include it in the note, or you can put it up in the Discord over in that channel. Thank you for the compliment, Jacob. Hi there, Catherine. So good to see you. Welcome. All right, my friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. A couple of updates before we begin. First and foremost, we have tarot class coming up. It's next week. You still got plenty of time to join if you'd like to join us on that journey. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hanged Man. And if you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your monthly paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'm going to do my best in that class to give you an update on everything that we've studied thus far, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to, as a monthly subscriber, a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we are learning or have currently studied. And if you decide to become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That's over 12 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us on that journey. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I post our weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as our online live schedule. You'll also have access to our mystic meditation articles, which talk a bit about what we've been experiencing in the energy as we've been reading in the cards. You'll also get notified as to any new offerings that I'm currently offering. And speaking about offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I am also offering mentorship classes. Those are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal, spiritual, and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. These can be purchased on an individual level per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase the dream package, that you make sure to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started with today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. Also, we are currently doing 2 giveaways. Our first giveaway is I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading to the collective when we get to 50K. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing right now is we are doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. All right. And good to see you, Catherine, and Soul Journey. Thank you for those hearts. Nikki, I can't remember exact text, but it was like, hey, how have you been? And I was like, you ghosted me. I love it, Nikki. And this is the first communication you sent? No, lol, exactly. I love it, Nikki. Well, that makes more, like, that is more typical, right? That is more typical of what we would often experience in a dream space. Like the fact that you saw text, but you saying to me, I can't exactly remember what the text said. That's exactly what we mean in terms of what we would typically expect in the dream space. But that's why if someone says, I read it, like if you read something in the dream space or you see numbers, it's very important because that's something that's a bit of an anomaly. And thank you as well. I'll get on though. Why not? I'll try to remember more. Absolutely, Nikki. I'm always up to do a dream reading. And Sapphire, thank you for those gifts, dear. Catherine, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Makes helps us to make sure anyone who'd like to be here to receive these messages is here. AJ, I saw color in my dream last night for the first time. Really? You don't dream in color? Wow, that is fascinating. Oh, wow, my. Wow. Are you colorblind? Or is that just something unique about your dream space? That is intriguing. I know, like you just shocked everyone. Congratulations. All right. Nope, I find black and white has always been my armor. So I'm tapping into my own energy perhaps. That is fascinating. But you know what's fascinating about that is like, I mean, do you recognize that you're dreaming when you're dreaming? Because that feels like you're just kind of set up to be able to lucid dream. Dada, never just random numbers, always an old grandfather clock, really decorative. Well, that's a guide, Dada. And the numbers are always in proper order. I mean, if you're seeing, as I mentioned, if you can see numbers in a dream and they're always connected to a figure, that's probably a guide. That's probably if they come back, if you see the clock frequently popping up in different dreams, like I like to point out, like not all guides decide to come in the form of a person. I know we're all asking the same questions now. We're all like, we need to talk about like AJ, we need to talk to you about this dream thing. This is wild. At least 5 times a year. Yeah, that sounds like a guide to me. That sounds like a guide, Dada. My mom dreams in 2 languages. Maybe you'll be able to do both depending on what the dream is. True. That's beautiful. Yes, those I always find it really incredible those who are fluent in multiple languages having dreams in different languages. I never thought of that. Yep. I am not colorblind, but how would I really know? Well, I mean, that's really interesting. I mean, I think it's just interesting because it says to me, like you're getting a mnemonic device. It's almost like the guides are giving you some kind of mnemonic device to be able to, help you recognize when you're dreaming, right? Which is pretty incredible. It's my great grandma. I get the feeling of, I mean, it's definitely, I would be very interested in relationality to the numbers that are coming through and the context of the dreams when you see the clock. I thought dreaming in different languages is normal. It is for those. I mean, it's normal for those who it's normal for those who are able to speak different languages. But it's interesting too because depending on whether I want to point out that um, when we speak in different languages, it opens up different facets of the self. So it's always really intriguing to note that there's some who learn a different language, but they always speak in their native tongue in their dreams, right? um, it's like returning back to the early self versus those who when it's interesting to notate if you have dreams that bounce back and forth between different languages because it can often be indicative of the different personas that one feels are within the self, right? And this is the work I do with clients when we're building into the dream interpretation packages, right? Because we talk a lot about this here. There's a language or there's a landscape in dreams that when we start to recognize the benchmarks or the hallmarks, if you will, we can start to understand what the language of our dreams is trying to tell us. Like a very good example was Dada pointing out the fact that there is a particular clock that they see in their dreams that occurs that becomes like that is a symbol, that is a guidepost within the dream to help understand something. So one of the things we do is when I'm working with a client more in the dream work space, we don't necessarily concentrate on the dream itself so much as the landscape of the dream space to understand the messages that are occurring there, right? I hope that helps. And Sophia, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And Bella, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Interesting, dreaming in all three. And so I would like, again, if I was working with you on your dreams, per we would start to recognize and identify the qualities and characteristics as to what is being indicated by the dream based upon what language you are speaking once you're within it. It's similar to the work that we were talking about with like the mansions yesterday, if you'll recall. Catherine, my mom will switch back and forth, so it all depends on her situation exactly, right? And often, like often when if it often when we're speaking a language when we first started, it can often be indicative of again inner child healing, right? Going back to like what we who we used to be or who we used to know. And thank you, Haley. Thank you for becoming the number one gifter, dear. And thank you for sharing the live, Sophia. Bridget, I had a dream where I was doing sign language once, but I don't know sign language. That's wild. Maybe you did. Maybe there was a time you did, right? Apparently, maybe there's something that's occurring there. Again, just feeling like you were doing it naturally. Thank you, Sophia. I appreciate you. Yes, make sure you journal better. And like one of the other things I tell you guys, if you keep a dream journal, if you don't remember your dreams, I want you to write, I want you every day, I want you to write in your dream journal, I didn't remember anything, right? When dream journaling, it's not about writing down what happens, it's writing down what happens, even if there's a lack thereof. It's like it's training the muscle. My friends, that said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways right now, a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. And we'll also be doing a giveaway of a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. If you're joining us across the other platforms and would like on the list as well today, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. All right. I do have some times when I know I dreamt, but I can't remember what. And that's why getting into the practice of dream journaling is very helpful because it helps you recall, right? It's the space of becoming conscious to recall. Dream journal, write down every day, even if the manifestation, even manifesting to remember. Exactly, Catherine. Excellent suggestion. Exactly. Oh yeah. All right, my friend. And again, even when I'm doing dream work with clients and they're like, I can't remember dreams, like we start doing readings to get to the bottom as to why there's a block there. All right, because there's different reasons that we're feeling blocked in that. I keep on seeing a lot of energy right now. There might be the reason that there's a lot of energy right now not remembering dreams is I just keep on getting messages that there's certain like because Mars is in Cancer, there's a lot of conflict that's coming up right now in the dream space, and there's some guides that are just shutting it down. Like there's just some guides that are like, you're not, no, not bringing that back into terrestrial. Like we're not bringing that back with us. It's not helpful, right? Like the guides are like, no, nope, like absolutely not. You know, I don't dream journal. I'm going to try. I always encourage it. I encourage it for everyone. I think it's really helpful. Thank you. Dream interpretation comes naturally to me, but I don't remember mine. I know listen, I've got the same issue. You know, I get very jealous of those who have very good dream recall. But I mean, I'm also like a triple fire sign, so I'm not surprised that I have a hard time bringing things back from the dream space, you know? But, that's why it's something that I work on myself, and I like to try to take some of the work that I do in that with, and I help my clients with it, right? I'm just leaning into those Chiron placements. Yes. Honestly, until I started having you read my dreams, I wasn't remembering anything, but this is what we talk about with dream recall, right? Like we start paying attention, things start coming towards us. It's intention, intention, intention. I was reading a whole chapter last week, not remembering a word. Oh, right? Like I would lose my mind if I was having dreams about reading things and not being able to bring it back. I could not. I would, I would know. I feel triggered. I am triggered now. Oh, Catherine, we all always dream every time we go into REM. So we just have to work on bringing it forward. Exactly, exactly. And I'll tell you right now, like when I'm doing dream work with clients, the first thing we do is try to figure out what kind of dream it is, right? Because I've recognized that there are karmic dreams, there are guide dreams, right? And their higher self dreams. So one of the things I do when I'm reading with clients is we figure out what kind of dream it is to understand what is being like what the work is in relationality to receiving it. What is my favorite? Hold on a moment. What is my favorite way of manifesting? Existing. Existing. Just being the manifestation. Oh, I love that you're a triple fire sign, Bridget. I didn't realize that. Triple fire sign club. I always want a shirt that says triple fire sign. I can't help being like this. No, I can't tone it down. It's like trying to capture steam. No, exactly. It really is, Lynn. It is. And that's what's so difficult about it, right? Like that's what's so frustrating when it comes to dream recall. I feel like those with Cancer placements, those with Pisces placements, Aquarius placements can sometimes have a lot much more easement in bringing things back. Um, Air signs too. Maybe you're living the dream. That's why you don't remember yours. That's beautiful, Dada. I mean, I do remember dreams. My dreams are just there's very confusing and they're very heavy, heavy symbol. Like, I got you, Nikki. I mean, it's like and what I remember, it's like they're like, it's like the riddles, which is hi there, healing. I usually have very strong and clear dreams. However, every time I share a dream less, hold on a moment. I missed the second part of that message, healing. All I saw, I usually have very strong and clear dreams. However, every time I share, I dream. Oh, every time you share, you dream less. Okay. Well, that's okay. That's interesting too, because maybe that's something that you're working through, right? Like that is like again, that is something that there might be, I feel like that might be working. There's a wound there that I'm seeing, like that would be that you're having to navigate, right? Like that's an intimacy wound. Oh, I love that, Dada. I like to think we're guides for each other, you know? What are those? I only remember them if I'm triggered emotionally somehow. I thought that was universal. I mean, not necessarily. There are those like you don't have to be emotionally triggered to remember a dream. There are those who can have you can have a very humdrum, like a humdrum dream and bring it back, you know? Um, we love the fire signs here. Thank you. I love all the signs here. Karmic guides or higher self. Yeah. I'm a Cancer sun, Pisces moon. Accurate. Yeah. So I imagine, like, listen, that like that to me, like AJ, you've got like a very clear language in your dreams. It's a gift to a certain extent, right? Because I feel like you're almost gifted a mnemonic device to recognize if you're dreaming or not. You're like you've got to step ahead of everyone if you're trying to lucid dream. Like, like you're like, your guides are like, you're welcome. Water and air flow, exactly, Dada. Yeah, earth signs are like, forget it. Like, fire signs, it burns up as you're trying to bring it back. Too spicy. I love that. All right. Am I late? No, you're not late, Red Eye. You're on time. Nikki, I have an even crazier dream to share with you, but I'll probably need a full read anytime you want, dear. Hi there. I'm doing well. You're not late. No, we started. Today we Thursdays we always start a little later. Ella, I connect with numerology, so I receive numbers and sequences often. But that's really cool, right? Because that's probably coming from your guides, because we can't read and see numbers in dreams. Carrie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. That one I was eating kitten meat. What? But that was a dream within a dream. I ended up in a church. What? You can't leave us hanging like that. What does that mean? Okay, please read for that at some point, because that's just gonna bother me until I understand it. All right. Questioning the dream with like a rabbi, a preacher, and a bunch of different religious people. That's wild. I love your dream space. Was it good? I didn't end up eating it. I was just preparing it. This is just the more it's funny because you're explaining things like it's gonna be okay, but you're making things more complicated. Good. Oh, have a good night, Jacob. Feel better, dear. I just I love the comments. Little vamp. What? Dada. Okay, I'll switch it to that one. Thank you, Nikki. I think we need you to switch it, because now everybody's gonna be very everybody needs this now. Just please elaborate. Can you hit me with a card to start the day? One card readings are for subscribers, Red Eye. If you become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you when it's time for the one card readings. I need to compose myself now, because I need to give the daily collective. And all I'm gonna be thinking about is kitten meat. Okay, absolutely, Nikki. Also, if you want, Nikki, you can also put it in the Discord. You're a subscriber, so you can put it in the Discord channel if it's easier. It's okay, little vamp. We're gonna read for the dream. It's gonna be okay, everybody. We're gonna read for the dream once we're done not the sacrificial kitty. We're gonna read for the dream once we're done the daily collective. It's gonna be okay. All right. And thank you guys. Oh gosh, you guys bring me joy. You guys bring me joy. I know I am. I'm crying. They're happy tears. Excellent. All right. I woke up like, yeah, I can understand why you wake up being like, what? The kitties. All right. I think that's a good moment. Why don't we get started on the daily collective? If you'd like to get on the list, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. If you stick around, once we're done the daily collective, we're going to be doing a reading on the kitten meat dream. So there's that. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for. I will read for dreams about kitten meat. I don't read for on this app. Pregnancy and medical, happy to give insight on anything on a private reading. And you can book a private reading on my site. We do here, if you would like to get on the list. You guys need to stop. We do angelic guidance readings. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do pet readings. We do pet readings. We do dream interpretation readings. We do past life readings. I cannot. We do past life readings. We do mediumship readings. The only things I won't read for are pregnancy and medical. All right, we're gonna start. We have to start the daily collective because this is getting absurd. All right. It's fine. It's fine. Why don't we get started? And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you. You brought so much joy to my day. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, April 10th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards that we are starting our day off with today are the Queen of Pentacles in its upright and the Eight of Wands in its upright. Good news is that we have Mercury that is stationed direct. Awkward news has to do with where Mercury has stationed direct. Now, one of the things that I want to kind of explain that we saw that was happening over the last few days is the fact that we had effectively a moment. I just want to walk you through. We had, when we started the eclipse cycle, we had Venus and Mercury that were sitting quite comfortably in Aries. And during this retrograde cycle, we saw those energies effectively pulling back, if you would, into Pisces. Now, one of the things that we're identifying that's happening here is, and we were talking a bit about this, at the same time that we saw Mercury and Venus pulling back into Pisces, Neptune started moving into Aries. Now, this is interesting because Neptune energetically dwells in the realm of the memories, right? It is the memory bank. It is the ocean. It is the things that we hold, right? It is the things that we energetically collect. Now, at the same time, Mercury is much more rapid energetically. It is the engine, right? It is the force of movement. It's often the spearhead energy, right? So what do we have happening right now? We have this moment that we're coming out of the eclipse cycle, feeling a lot of catharsis, feeling a lot of ennui, if you will. We don't have a word for it in English, but it's like come down energy. So when I say, I feel like the best way to describe it in English is doldrums, right? It feels very quiet. And at the same time, there's a lot of this contemplative force that we see that is occurring right now, because it's not the fact that Mercury has come direct, but it's come direct and it's facing memory, right? The way I often see, and again, this is why I'm not an astrologer, because I will always articulate that the reason I'm not an astrologer is because I'm not someone who sees the sign work from like degrees. I see them illustratively. I see them in a way that it has to do with the interplay of the energy. And so one of the things that we're seeing that's happening right now is, in a way, you can almost imagine that when things go out of retrograde, it's almost like I often see them as the energy that wakes up, right? So there's this moment about the fact that it feels like Mercury has woken up behind Neptune, which is the space of being able to wake up to see something from the past that you could not see before, right? And when we have those moments, it can feel energetically startling, right? It can create those moments that they feel like breakthroughs, but at the same time, they can also be very frustrating, because I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now that is like coming into the space of being able to wake up to an energetic blockage of the self, right? And what's interesting about it is it's creating this space of contemplation. It's also creating a lot of lucidity right now. And when I describe the word lucidity, it's just that feeling of like being very, very present in the moment. So if you're feeling like this right now, I want you to do the best that you can to try to ground through it, right? I want you to kind of recognize and identify that a lot of the ability that we're looking towards building into right now, especially as it relates to Libra, the Libra full moon that we're approaching in a couple of days, is appreciating and coming into a space of honoring how far one has come. It's not easy, right? It's working through frustration. But I feel like keep on seeing that one of the gifts that's occurring right now, and I was reading for this, you'll remember we were reading for this last month. Because if you remember last month, prior to this eclipse cycle, we saw a lot of the energy working on the self to try to find the words for something, trying to identify and articulate something that they're energetically feeling. This is why we keep on seeing that this energy right now, it feels like a renaissance, because a renaissance is the meeting point between the past and the present. And the energy, like astrologically, it feels like a renaissance because the past is before the energy of the future, right? And it's in that modality that we see something in a way that we haven't seen it before, right? It allows, like, I keep on seeing, it allows for that ability of communicating, it allows for that ability of expressing. But, and this is why I keep on seeing, this is either breakthrough or breakdown energy because, and especially for the energy in separation, this could be it feel like the ability, like the relief in being able to communicate upon something that has been energetically frustrating you, or the ability, like actually that's happening in the separation across all of the frequencies, like literally the energy both in coming into separation right now and the energy coming into union, right? Why are we seeing that right now? Because especially if these are circumstances or situations where another felt, let's talk a little bit about the difference between an inspirational relationship versus an aspirational relationship. When someone is coming towards us simply for the sake of being energetically inspired, we can often identify that it's not a healthy energetic connection because the moment that we try to articulate our frustration, they go away, right? Why do they energetically go away? Because we're not being particularly inspiring at that moment, right? And often those moments, I just keep on seeing there's a lot of that, there's a lot of energy that is identifying and recognizing the start stop quality of a relationship that could be indicative of something that is built more in terms of meeting another person's inspiration instead of an aspirational relationship, right? An aspirational relationship is not a relationship, is something that we build towards even when we're not necessarily feeling particularly inspired to do so, right? Because that ability of doing so, that's how we lay the foundation of healthy relationship, right? When we're doing something, when we're creating something from a point of consistency, we don't we don't operate in the space of inclination. We do it because we aspire, because we dream, because we recognize what it takes. And so we put that energetic conviction towards things to a certain extent that allows, I keep on hearing, like the firmament or the foundation of building a stabilization point. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now potentially coming into separation, recognizing that there's something fundamentally or foundationally wrong as it relates to the relationship that they built with another, potentially even feeling like that burst energy, right? Something that feels good, but it's hard to put language to, because it's not that there's necessarily something wrong. It's just that it's not consistent. But here's the thing, if something is not consistent, that in itself is wrong, right? Like you can't build a relationship on bursts of inspiration. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, identifying that, like, and often we can identify and articulate the fact that it's a relationship built upon inspiration, because when we start to try to articulate about what's bothering us, the energy goes away, right? It's like, I'm not here for that, right? It's like a lot of that energy. This is a lot of the energy at the same time that is recognizing that potentially in a space where they're building into the context of relationship with another, where they're learning that it's safe to express their frustrations without the fear of another person going away, right? Right? Like, and this is why I kept on describing this as chariot energy, because it's in those moments that we never feel more seen than when we feel the ability to express our frustrations with another. And it allows for that, like I keep on seeing, this is the energy that to a certain extent, like I keep on hearing, like it's like a breath of fresh air. It's good. I keep on hearing the energy saying it's good to get that off my chest, right? Because this is potentially building into relationships or energy that's healing from situations where they felt like they never could get anything off their chest, right? Like there wasn't the ability to get something off their chest without some kind of grave repercussion. Now, for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, the ability to identify and recognize and articulate upon what is wrong. This is why this is energy that feels like that is fundamental and important, because this is the energy that in the context of being able to articulate upon what is wrong, they're able to recognize and amplify what it is that they're trying to do to make something right, right? There's a lot of this energy right now moving deeper into connection via the conversation and the feeling of being held, right? The feeling of being seen. And I keep on hearing that there's a lot of energy coming into divine union that is feeling seen in the authentic gaze of a counterpart. Because when we're in the authentic gaze of a counterpart, we don't need to be perfect. We're perfected in that gaze. But we're perfected in that gaze specifically and particularly because we recognize never are we more seen than the moment that not only do we recognize that we are seen via who we are, but also who we aspire to be, right? This is the difference between energy that builds towards potential and energy that sees one another clearly, right? Because when we articulate situations where we say that we are building towards potential, it's often the potential that we see that we recognize that isn't in alignment to what another person sees for themselves. But when we are in alignment, the gaze fits in all contexts, right? It's the modality or those moments that we see and we feel seen in the embrace of love, because it is the energy that loves us both in the context of the self and also in the context of what it is that we're reaching for, right? The gaze of the higher self in combination. So I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy working towards that force, it's like so many, I keep on seeing so many wounds of intimacy are being healed there, because this is the energy that feels the dual force of being inspired and aspired, right? Because that's the energy that, again, doesn't just stay static in that space, but they move forward in that modality, right? So it's not the fact that inspiration can't exist, but inspiration can't be the sum of it. While for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within divine union, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, I just keep on seeing a lot of that work and identifying and recognizing what feels energetically productive versus what feels like it's not. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's like a lot of conversation and a lot of consideration as it relates to, like, I keep on seeing the same thing: stubbornness versus exquisite insistence, right? Often and that's the thing about it. When someone is being energetically stubborn, there isn't a conversation to be found there, right? It's articulating or expressing or working through something. And this is why I keep on seeing that, I keep on hearing for a lot, there's something happening right now for energy deep within divine union that talks a little bit towards, I keep on seeing like circumventing the firmament. And why do I keep on hearing circumventing the firmament? Because there's energy here that is trying to communicate, right? This is even potentially energy looking towards situations outside of partnership that they're hoping to heal. But in that moment, remembering that there's certain things that you can't heal unless another person is adaptable to heal them, right? It's like I keep on seeing it's like it's all about like working on a light touch, right? It's like, what's a light touch? It's like the ability to put effort towards something, but not too much. Center card for today's spread. Um, we've got here our four of swords in its upright. it's interesting too because it has a lot to do with making peace. But it's also interesting because I keep on hearing I keep on hearing like concentration on the word make. concentration concentration on the word make, because when we in order to make peace, um when we're doing it in a way that's feeling like it's often requiring us to move through our own volatility. You know what I mean? Like it's not about doing something. Like it's not about, like, I keep on seeing, um when we make peace, it's recognizing and identifying the nature of something that frustrates us, right? And I keep on seeing that there's energy that is protecting their peace by via the making their peace, which is again in investigating the things within that stir them, in order to recognize and identify if there's something that can be eased, right? Something that can be energetically resolved, or if something is just like, if something has to continue in a certain way that feels difficult, right? We often, like, I keep on, like, there's like it's giving me, how do I describe, and this has to do with like the resolution of the self, like doing what one can around situations and then feeling the relief as it relates to not over giving into something, right? I keep on seeing it's like a gentle touch, if you will. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing, for a lot of the energy within divine union, there's something really beautiful about being held in the arms of the counterpart, and why do I keep on hearing when we're truly held in the arms of the counterpart, it's because we feel truly seen, right? It's the embrace that feels like another holds us in a space of clarity. And a lot of that clarity is such that I keep on seeing that for those that are working towards it, it's like, again, it's not about being perfect, it's about making perfect, it's about doing the best that they can. And so like the word make, like the word make is like moving across all of the frequencies right now, because when I keep on hearing the word make, it's articulating upon what it takes to get there, right? Honoring what it takes to get there. While for masculine and feminine energy that is in separation, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in separation right now, this is this is interesting because I see a lot of frustration. Like, and it's fun, it's interesting, like I have to express this right now. Like, there is energy building into partnership right now, and they're building into partnership via the letting off steam, right? Why? Because if this is the energy that was experiencing situations or circumstances where they were in healing from relationships that felt like someone was only coming towards them if they were inspiring, right? Like, it often, it's like those moments that feels like we exist, or for another person's energetic entertainment, we don't get a chance to be our authentic self, right? Because then we try to articulate our frustration and another person goes away because they're like, you're not being particularly inspiring right now. you know that's not very like that is the energy that is feeling the relief in the moment that they're able to be authentic via the articulating their frustration. And even in the moment that they apologize, someone saying, "Why are you apologizing? That sounds normal. That sounds reasonable." But that's the energy that, again, suddenly has clarity on something before that they didn't have the ability to do, right? Because often when we're in inspirational relationships and we try to express our frustration, someone goes away, right? Because they're like, you're not really particularly inspiring me right now. I don't like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that energy. Suddenly, it's like I keep on seeing it's like a lot of energy building into a new connection, and they're having a whole new perception on something that they couldn't see before, as it relates to the stability of another person saying, You don't have to just be pretty to me. You don't have to just show me the part of you that is appealing. Like, I'm here for all of it. Fourth and fifth card in our 5 card spread. I told you it's chariot energy. Fourth and fifth card in our 5 card spread is, we've got here our Knight of Swords in its reversal in combination with our 9 of Cups in its upright. So I got to tell you, there's a bit of blah energy right now. You're probably feeling it, right? I told you, I just want to point out this Knight of Swords all during the eclipse was upright, 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 right? Eclipse energy is very spiky. Okay, now it's like, and sometimes coming out of the eclipse, I like to call it, the best word I found in English is the doldrums, right? It's like I want you to think about the eclipse being a rave, and then like the lights come on, and everyone's like, like, it's like the come down. Like, we always talk about going into the eclipse. No, we don't have to talk about going into the eclipse. We got to talk about the come down from the eclipses, right? Because a lot of this energy, um, this is why we talk about it's not, I need to point this out, it's not about not doing anything during eclipse cycles. It's being able to be energetically consistent throughout, right? Because a lot of this energy that we've been experiencing, I'll keep on telling you guys, like the dual force of the Mercury retrograde period in combination with the Venus retrograde period, it's it was very easy to take things personally, right? It's very easy to feel very energetically provoked during that space. But again, what do we do when we're feeling energetically provoked? But we lead with compassion, the gift of the Leo full moon that came prior to those eclipse cycles. We appreciate and honor how we feel, and we articulate upon that feeling in order to understand and identify what we can do going forward. And so everything about that work, I just keep on seeing, I keep on seeing, it feels very, the best way I can describe this energy right now is it feels like catharsis, right? And when we are working towards, and I keep on saying, like, that's why the word making peace is coming towards us, because catharsis is, when do we feel catharsis for something? Catharsis is when we're not necessarily pleased with the situation around us, but we find solace in the space of doing what we can to move something in the direction that we aspire it to go towards, right? And so that's why I kept on telling you guys, and especially with that Leo full moon, bringing compassion to situations, working through the eclipse, not letting oneself be provoked, but working cathartically, right? Identifying and recognizing what is within the self to change versus what is outside the self to accept. It's not easy, but it's not about what feels easy. It's about what feels like it is moving you closer to one's higher version of self. And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of work right now in the space of catharsis to help identify and recognize what feels like it is in alignment to the self versus what feels like it reaffirms what one is moving away from. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Pentacles in combination with our 8 of Wands in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now. It's like, it's like it's this, hold on. The 6 of Wands in its reversal. It's the energetic, like I keep on describing this, and this is why. Remember when I was telling you guys, remember when I was telling you guys during the eclipse, don't take things personally, because you're feeling like all like you're gonna things are gonna calm down, right? And the thing is, like, what we work towards when we go through eclipses, like if you're going through an eclipse properly, then I like to think that you're going to come out of it and say, I said what I said. You know what I mean? Right? It's that moment that you feel energetically good. in relationality to what occurred during the eclipse process. It might have felt like, it feels difficult, but you feel energetically reaffirmed by it. Like you find that point of stabilization, right? You ride out the current, if you will. But I keep on seeing that, and this is why I can see some energy right now potentially being triggered, because if there's energy that felt something, right? They articulate something during the eclipse cycle, and then they're coming out of it and they say, I'm sorry, I don't know what got into me. That's the energy that feels catharsis, because that's the energy that is almost potentially seeing evidence of what was energetically wrong as it relates to a relationship of separation, right? The difference that when we build into something that's healthy, we don't apologize for how we're feeling, right? We hold the consistency of it. We're able to clarify through it. And so I keep on seeing that there may be some energy right now that is feeling, like I keep on seeing, feeling very like frustrated because there's potentially something that occurred during the eclipse process and now coming out of it that just reaffirms something that they saw prior to the eclipse cycle starting. But at the same time, this is why I feel like there's something about that being cathartic, because it's reaffirming like a choice. It's reaffirming. It doesn't feel like something has changed. It just feels like it's more of the same, right? As it relates to something that isn't, I keep on saying something that isn't consistent, right? And this is why, for a lot of the energy right now that's building into new relationships through that eclipse cycle, this is why I keep on telling you guys that is chariot energy, because this is the energy that was saying, like almost saying, like, pardon our appearance. Sorry, you like caught me at a rough moment, right? The ability to almost identify and recognize stumbling upwards with another, right? Someone that is aspirational, someone that is trying to come into that point of accommodating, trying to make something easier, right? I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy here that um like these partnerships that are occurring right now, they're fundamental because they don't wait for the ideal circumstance or situation. They recognize that ideal is what is made, not what is found. Continuing to get clarification between our Eight of Wands in combination with our Four of Swords. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Queen of Cups in its reversal. This is having impact on both masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Now, for feminine energy, like there's a lot of emotionality that I see around something here. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the emotional, a lot of the feminine energy, it's the like the ability to feel the emotions, but not feel controlled by them, right? This is what we talk about as it relates to objectivity. And this is a bit of, like, I keep on seeing, like, this is a little bit of the gift of Mercury standing behind Neptune right now, which is like Mercury waking up behind Neptune is like, oh, I couldn't see it this way. Like it's giving you like that perceptual, it's giving you that perceptual shift that allows one to, like, it allows one to um I keep on seeing observe the emotions instead of feel controlled by them, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing here. I feel like there's a gift that's happening right now for a lot of the feminine energy on this journey in terms of being able, and I need to stress this is not disassociating, okay? This is not disassociating. Disassociating is trying to block something out, right? Um, when when we are, how do I describe this, you know the ability, like, um, it feels very much led by the higher self is what I keep on seeing. Like the reason it doesn't feel like it is disassociating is because it is the energy of the feminine that is very much able to recognize and understand the difference between the emotions they feel versus their like versus how they think. Like there's like a lot of energetic separation there. But I keep on seeing that there's something about that same ability to be logical in the face of emotions, wherein masculine feels safe, right? Because never does masculine feel safer than the embrace of an feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, that is able to speak upon the emotions instead of feeling like they are governed by them. For feminine, this is masculine doing the opposite work, right? This is masculine working to embrace the emotions. This is masculine being able to feel safe to feel the things they feel, but not controlled by them, right? So this is a lot of the feminine that's working in the same space, building towards masculine. And this is masculine not being afraid of how they feel, but also not apologizing for it, right? Because when does a feminine energy feel unsafe? When masculine does not stay consistent in their emotional feelings, right? When masculine says, never does the feminine feel less safe than when the masculine says to feminine, I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me at a moment that feminine lived or existed in that intimate embrace, right? So these are why these are chariot lessons, because it talks a lot about the fact that we work to heal so that we are consistent in our vibration. Continuing to get clarification between our Four of Swords in combination with our Knight of Swords in its reversal. It's one of those days, guys. I told you. Sorry. I'm laughing for those who are watching the podcast because I just knocked half the cards on the ground, but the top card is there, and we're going to read it as it appears. We have here our Five of Cups in its transverse. Why? Unconditional. What does it mean? This is why this is chariot energy right now, because this is energy that is feeling the security of something that is energetically unconditional, right? And why do we say unconditional? Does unconditional mean that we don't strive to be greater? No, don't misunderstand what unconditional means. Unconditional doesn't mean, I thought you said that you would love me no matter how crazy I got. Like that is not what unconditional means. That's not what unconditional means. Unconditional does not mean, I thought you said you'd love me even if I did something. Like, no, unconditional means that our emotions are not impacted by the conditions that exist outside of the self. Unconditional means that we're not reactive to what happens outside of the expression of the self. So when we say unconditional, it does not mean that we don't hold any standards. It doesn't mean that we don't hold any standards to anything. It means that our vibration does not suffer or be impacted in relationality to what's occurring outside of ourself. And most importantly, also what's occurring inside ourselves, right? When we say unconditional, it's because even in those moments that we feel those emotional flare-ups, we can tell the difference between like an emotionality that feels like it's guided by our higher self versus those moments or modalities that we feel. And this is how we can usually tell something that is more driven from the ego, right? What is the song of something that comes from the ego? I don't know what got into me. It's like it's not something that feels like it's energetically consistent, because what is the ego? It's defensive. It's protective, right? We talk, like, again, and it's not about shedding the ego entirely. It's about doing the work. We appreciate the ego because we look at the ego like they're a friend, right? The ego is like it's like our buddy that wants to protect us, but sometimes they get in the way. And often when our egos are too big, we can't see anything beyond them, right? They're a big guy. It's a big guy, right? But when we're in a space, right? When we're in a space that we understand and we heal the relationship to the egoic self, we have an ego that we're proud of, right? We have one that we can talk towards. We can articulate and define and say, this is what that brought out in me. This is why I felt that way. And I keep on seeing that there's something about the airing of grievances that's occurring right now for energy entering partnership that feels like a breath of fresh air. Like this is the energy that's going. And you need to point out, this is what I meant about chariot energy. It's not that something's perfect here. This is energy that's entering into partnership, and there's something that's bothering them. There's something that's frustrating them, right? And this is the energy that's not reacting to that frustration. This is the energy that's talking about it. And in the moment that another talks about a frustration point and another does not get defensive, right? Because we talked about what's defensive. Not my fault you feel like that, right? When someone is receptive to our frustration, this is the ground from which we can build, right? This is how we can change something. This is what we can do better. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy doing so in such a way and feeling like working in the context of what feels like it's energetically productive, right? Like that is, I kept on seeing this is energy in separation, building into, remember I told you the sacred breath of divine union, right? What is the sacred breath of divine union, right? The need that is met with action, right? It's not about not having need. It's about the respiration in relationality to asking and energetic receiving, right? So this is energy that is like, this is chariot energy, because what is this energy doing? They're weaving. They're already starting, they're learning to, they can recognize the identification point of weaving together. Continuing, and this is energy right now that is coming into divine union. And why are they weaving? Because they're putting themselves back together again. For a lot of this energy, if these are modalities where they're seeing something in the past that they wish that they could have done differently, not holding the space of regret, but feeling the relief and being in the context of an energetic connection that allows them to aspire for greater. This is the energy that is working with one another to build themselves up even better, right? While for masculine and feminine energy right now, deep within divine union, I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy that like is trying to fix something. But I keep on hearing extending the olive branch, but not chopping down the tree. Right? Like when you're trying to work on something, right? This is why we say like it's extending the olive branch, but not chopping down the tree, because you give an indication of something that you want to fix, but you also recognize the standards by which it has to require another person to be receptive to it, right? The beauty, I keep on saying, the beauty of like the beauty of extending an energetic olive branch is in the space that you can grow a tree from it, right? But you have to, if you don't appreciate it, if you don't appreciate it, then you just, why are you giving me a stick? Like it's like it's working in that context of understanding that we offer those opportunities to one another in the context of allowing that place where something can grow, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Swords and its reversal in combination with our our Nine of Cups and its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming. I cannot today. I'm sorry. I'm laughing. So for those who are joining the podcast, I just drew the Ace of Wands. And again, if you're familiar with tarot, it's the branch that we're talking about. So and this is effectively, and again, this is what we see with the Ace of Wands, right? we identify and recognize that I need to point out. I love to show this when we're teaching on this, that this is not a dead branch. There are there's energy here. There is growth, right? So that's why I keep on seeing that this is the energy, working in a space of identifying and recognizing, trying to heal something, but proportionally, right? When we heal in proportion, it has to be conditional in another person also being in the space of desiring to heal, right? And that's why we don't overextend ourselves, right? Because remember, we talked a lot about courtesy, right? So when we're like, and I have to point this out, when we're trying to heal something and another person does not want to heal, like, we become toxic. Like, that's the thing about it. Like, that's the thing that we have to recognize, that healing is only helpful in the realm that another person wants to heal the same things that we want to heal. And that's why I keep on hearing there's been a lot of messages coming through the last few days as it relates to chariot, which has to do with courtesy, right? Identifying and recognizing something that is energetically courteous, and remembering courtesy is not nice. You can be nice and still insistent, right? Courtesy is often mischaracterized as just being nice about things. It's not about being nice, it's about being energetically attuned as it relates to offering something, right? Offering a possibility to another, and then recognizing if they receive it in the same way, right? And so I keep on seeing, that's why I keep on hearing that there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union, navigating through the understanding that courtesy is a gentle touch. It is the gentle touch that we give another, right, respective of what they desire to receive, to articulate the condition by which they are also receptive to it, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that delicacy there. While for masculine and feminine energy, continuing to get clarification between our Six of Wands in its reversal, in combination to our Queen of Cups in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Nine of Swords in its upright. This is why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of work being done right now, particularly and especially in the realm of catharsis, right? Because, and this is why I was, this is, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the fact, and I just want to keep on reminding you guys, we're still going through the Venus retrograde cycle. And what happens often when we're going through Venus in retrograde cycles, we start overthinking about how others see us. We start overthinking about how others perceive us. We start overthinking around the space of beauty because it's hard to see things with clarity, right? Often when we're entering Venus retrograde cycles, it creates a little bit of that visual distortion point. But that's why I kept on telling you guys as we were going through this, don't take things personally, take the note. Because when you take the note, right? When we feel like, I need to point this out, when we feel like something is directed towards us, that we could be doing better, then it's an opportunity for us to make an adjustment point. It's an opportunity for us to be able to change, to be able to adapt. But when we work in the context of overly focusing on this self, and that's when we want to project. And so the nice thing about this, and this is why I keep on seeing, like, the message with this retrograde was somewhat complicated because it has to do with grit on the mirror, right? When there's grit on the mirror, we just want to, like, wipe it off. We want to throw it back at someone, be like, "Wah!" Like, you know what I mean? Like, but the thing is, and this is the beautiful thing that we forget in the landscape of where we exist now, you surfaces did not used to be reflective. If you wanted to create a reflective surface on something, you have to polish it. And how do you polish something? You polish it with grit. right? You have to have a bit of grit on a mirror in order to make it shine. That when we want something to be reflective, when we want to see something clearer, it's not about rejecting the rejecting how we feel that others perceive us. It's taking that note internally and allowing it in the context of us deciding that it is a note that we feel is valuable, to adapt to it, to set the intention, to hold a new energetic standard. So that's why I keep on seeing there's a lot of energy right now coming out of this retrograde potentially. And again, I told you it's resolution energy, the incubation point in seeing something that you couldn't see before, that allows you to make changes, right? Building into that sense of balance, but it's cathartic balance, right? It's having to see something that's not easy to see, right? Taking that grit, utilizing it to polish the mirror, if you will, that allows its own sense of clarity. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Five of Cups in its transverse. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now with our Judgment card. There's that Venus energy. What happens when we're going through Venus retrograde cycles? Everybody's looking at you. Like it's like everybody's looking at you, right? Like that's often like what we hear during these Venus and retrograde cycles. Everybody's looking for, like, it's really awkward, right? And what do we say back to the Venus retrograde energy? Let them, what is the Venus retrograde actually saying to us, right? Let them look, right? Because when we come into that space, right, when we build into the context, right, when we find that confidence in the self, we don't put our head down when someone says everybody's looking at you. We put our head up, right? We put our head up. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, that identification point, and I keep on, and I think that this is really important right now, across all of the frequencies, because for energy that is in separation, um, I keep on hearing like there's something really there's something really painful that I feel like is already being healed in some of these new energetic connections, of almost like I see some energy and separation coming out of this Venus retrograde saying to another as they enter into new partnership, I'm not just a pretty face, right? The desire to be seen and held in the embrace of love isn't just one that another person says, you feel good, or you make me feel good, right? Because when another person says to us, I only like you in the context that you make me feel good, then it feels very energetically indulgent. But that's why when we're able to articulate our frustration, right? When we're able to express something that's been on like bothering us, and we still feel like we're held in the embrace of love, only in those moments do we feel like we're truly seen, because that is an energy that says, I care about you, not for what you make me feel, but I care about you as a person. Your frustrations become my frustrations. We share them, we weave them together. I'm not going to push you apart in the moment that you express a frustration. I'm going to do my part to work on something to make it better. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's a moment right now for energy and separation building into an energetic relationship that is aspirational. Aspirational. You can breathe instead of inspirational, something that another person gets, right? That allows for that context of potentially seeing something in past relationships that you couldn't see before. And that's why was this energy saying as they're coming into partnership, son of a like they're letting out that frustration, because it's in that moment that they see it, that like it's like the awakening to something that often creates an expletive to kind of have to pop out. Continuing to get clarification, and that's why I keep on seeing that even in the airing of that frustration, right, the relief, right, the anxious, the I keep on seeing the it's like the relief, but it's like it's interesting because it's like it's almost like an angsty relief. It's like It's the relief to be able to be in a space where you are safe to release angst, right? It's the energy that like I just keep on seeing. It's like that's why this energy is like in that space, because I keep on hearing this energy feeling like they can finally breathe because they can clear the air. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, continuing to move into divine union between our 5 of cups in its reversal in combination with our Ace of Wands in its upright. Yep, there's that Magician card in its reversal, right? the ability the ability to recognize and identify, the ability to do the work on the self. It's never easy, right? And often, the thing that's so difficult about it is, when we're building in the context, when we see, like when we build, when we knowing who you are, like knowing who you aspire to be is half the battle, right? The other half is not beating yourself up too much on the journey of getting there, right? And we talk a little bit about this because these are the difficulty points in building what feels like a balanced life, right? What is the work that we often have to do in relationality to the ego, right? The ego wants to protect us, but it's almost like we have to look at it as like the energetic buddy system and say, like, buddy, like, we talk to our ego to a certain extent to understand and recognize what we feel protective about versus something that is important to us, right? So it's a lot of that work in checking the ego while we're building towards the higher self. Often on the journey of the higher self, we start wanting to bludgeon ourselves because we feel like we're not worthy. We feel like we're always falling short, right? So instead, being able to bring compassion in that space to identify and recognize what we're working, being compassionate on the journey of arrival to the higher self, this allows for that ability of identifying and saying that there's something that we aspire to be, but we feel good on that journey. And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy working through the frustration that often on that, like often through that point, it feels like we're stumbling upwards, right? But that's why when we build into that context of the self, we don't hold it too harshly. We don't get too mad at ourselves on the way because often there's like the moment we can tell that we've given up on things is when we start projecting, right? When we start projecting and saying, woe is me, I'm never going to get better at this. This is always, I'm always going to be this way. Well, and so it will be because you've articulated and said, I'm not going to try, right? Well, for energy, that often when we project it outwards and we say, woe is you, say, it's all your fault. I don't have to do anything. Well, that's often convenient because what you're saying again, I don't have to try, right? The journey is about trying. When we're building in the healthy space, it's about recognizing where the work is. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of energy right now, this is again clarification between our 9 of Swords and its upright and our Judgment card, right? The ability to articulate upon where that work is, understanding, and this is what was happening right now with with the three of the clarification between our 9 of Swords and our Judgment card, the of Cups in its reversal. The beauty of Saturn coming towards that convergence point that we saw that's happening right now between Mercury, Neptune, and Venus is the observation of how much we change upon time, right? And the thing about it is, time is a qualifier only in the ability to recognize the work that we've been doing on the self, right? Because when we become rigid, right? When we become rigid, when we refuse to change on something that isn't important, we often, I keep on seeing, like we often come into that modality that we lose the ability to, um, like we become too, I keep on saying, we become so firm in our own energetic ego that we can't even have a conversation, right? Like everything, it's like it's almost like that energy of avoidance. It's like I keep on seeing a too big an ego becomes its own force field because it's not even that others will engage upon you on it, right? They just work to circumnavigate you. They just work to circumnavigate you, right? So our own ability to talk about the things that we're working through, our own ability to try to identify them. This is why I keep on seeing that this feels so critical and important for so many of the energies doing that work, because that ability of recognizing and identifying that, this is the energy that finds humility on that journey, right? And why do we talk about humility here? Because the ability to take the note, if you will, right? The ability to be energetically adaptable, the ability to work in the context of doing something differently, that is the beauty of existence. And so I keep on seeing that the beautiful thing about some of these chariot partnerships right now is it feels almost like there's an equilibrium that is coming towards some of these connections, because the equilibrium, and this is why the energy is feeling so frustrated and letting go of so much frustration as they find one another, is suddenly identifying that they may have been in relationships that was requiring them to do all of the heavy lifting, right? And when we have those moments and we suddenly realize how hard something was because we were doing the heavy lifting, like it's like that's where that breath comes from, right? It requires us to observe that. And this is again the energy. I see the energy looking at something and saying, better, not bitter, right? While for energy coming into divine union, a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, doing the same, like working through the same factors. But for a lot of the energy right now, this is the energy looking at the past and recognizing what it is that they're changing moving forward, not allowing themselves to feel overwhelmed, but being patient in the embrace of love, allowing that to kind of build into the context of being adaptable. I keep on seeing that this is energy that is actually slowing things down to a certain extent. Welcome Saturn coming up into Aries, right? They're being patient with themselves on their journey in ways that they never have before. While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in this modality, clarification between our judgment card and its upright and our magician card and its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our King of Wands in its reversal. So, you know, I see some energy deep within divine union, talking to counterpart and almost again wishing that they could have a conversation with another person. But that's the whole point. And often we talk about this as it relates to difficult. I feel like there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union trying to heal karma via the energetic connection with the counterpart, which is possible. It's entirely possible, right? Because this is the energy that is looking at a situation that feels like it's difficult to identify and recognize if there's something more that they can do around it, or if they have to accept the circumstances as they are, because this is how we work towards healing karma. We understand the nature of a connection to, again, build into catharsis, identifying if there's something that we can do to improve upon it, or if we just have to recognize, but again, also utilizing the discernment of understanding that if we try to fix something that another person doesn't want to fix, that can also become energetically toxic, right? This is why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union, working in the context of a gentle touch, which is saying, is there something else? Am I doing something wrong? Is there something else I could do? Right? Like it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that tenderness in navigating difficult situations. Final card for today's spread between our Three of Cups in its reversal, in combination with our King of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now. There it is. There's that seven of, man, this is wacky. There's that Seven of Swords in its reversal, right? There's a lot of energy right now that is on a healing journey to such an extent. And this is as a result. I'm just going to walk you guys through what we saw astrologically over the last few days. Um, so remembering that Mercury and Venus were in Aries and they pulled back into Pisces, right? And when they were pulled back into Pisces, at the same exact point that Mercury and Venus were pulling back into Pisces, Neptune was moving into Aries. And I keep on describing this as like a K-turn moment, which again, I'm sure for apparently that's a regional thing. It's it's not exactly a full pivot, right? It's almost like a roundabout, right? It's about going around something. It's what it's like the turn that you make in a tight space, right? And the thing about it is there's something about a turn that you make in a tight space that allows for a level or degree of proximity. You see things from a perspective that you couldn't see something before. And what I'm seeing that's happening right now, and again, it's the idea that Neptune, I want you to think about the idea that like Venus and Mercury, like basically like Neptune moved forward, Venus and Mercury moved behind, and now Mercury's woken up, and the energy that's usually the innovating energy is behind the energy of memory, right? So a lot of this is potentially the ability to wake up to a perspective on something that you haven't seen before, waking up to seeing something in a perspective that you just, it's like it's a little bit of an energetic shift to a certain description. But I need to point out like the beauty of having a mind that is, again, when we work to heal so that we are energetically expansive, because when we're too much in the space of the ego, it creates blinders. We only see things from one perspective. But the ability to work into a context of seeing something from another perspective, while at the same time feeling very confident in the perspective by which we see something. This is what we talk about in relationality to clarity of the self that we bring forth to help us understand and recognize others' perspectives, but not to the extent that we feel like we lose ourselves from their perspective, but we understand it and we feel fortified by it. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now working in that context, it's frustrating, right? It's sometimes it's like it's I keep on seeing like there's a little bit of that like adaptability point in recognizing and identifying what one hopes that one can do better, right? There's a little bit like and for those, I'm laughing right now because my cat just like at the same time like knocked one of my cords out. But that's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. It's a perfect example of what I'm talking about, because that ability of seeing something in a way that you couldn't see it before, it can bother you, but it allows you to think of an energetic solution that you haven't reached before. And that's what's beautiful about it. It's like when we see things from each other's perspectives, we can understand solutions that we could not see from the perspective of the self. So I want you to think about that a little bit today, especially if you're navigating some of those points of frustration, right? Don't let yourself be confounded in a point of frustration. Ask the universe to help you see something. Ask the universe to like help you identify and recognize the perspective of another, because often in that moment we can articulate and understand what we need to express to help someone recognize what we are trying to convey to them. Now, bottom of the deck on this reading, we've got here the Emperor energy. This is Saturn, man. This is a lot to do. Like, here's the thing about it, and we got to just talk about this. So, like I keep on like Saturn, like here, like Saturn is also now like there's this little like bundle of planets, and Saturn's moving closer to it too. And the thing about it is, I feel like there's a lot of conversations that are happening right now in relationality to time. And why is that? Because I keep on seeing that um, when we are in healthy relationship, we are respective and appreciative of the time that we have with one another, right? And this is why there's so much energy right now in frustration that may be expressing like the prioritization of the reason that this energy is being so respective is because this is the energy that is respective of time, right? When we're more operating from the space of the ego, we forget that others are existent, right? We just assume that everyone is around the self to serve the self, right? And that's why as we kind of heal our energetic ego, we start building empathy as it relates to the perspectives that others may have, because it's that consideration point, the identification of the gift that we give each other as it relates to the distribution of time being a limited resource, right? We build into the space of gratitude, because it's the time that we give each other that feels like an energetic gift. And that's why there are wounds that we can often experience as it relates to another wasting our time, right? Being in a space where it feels like they just expect it, right? But not necessarily being in a space of being able to like work towards it, right? Often I keep on seeing I keep on hearing a lot of these conversations that we're building upon right now have to do in relationality to courtesy, right? They have to do about the relationality to often when we're being too one of the ways that we can recognize that we're operating too much in the space of the ego is when we feel like others are wasting our time, right? Because I'm also seeing here that something that's interesting about that is, and this is why it's so important to understand the value of building towards a manifestation goal, right? A manifestation goal is something that you create upon a timeline. It's not something that you say just to move in the vector of maintaining something the way that you want to maintain it. And that's why I keep on seeing right now there's a lot of that trust that is being created here for energy and separation, because that ability, this is why there's trepidation that is occurring right now, because I keep on seeing that for some of the energy and separation, the difference between what one articulated that they said that they desired versus the tangibility of what it is that they move towards. Sometimes in those moments when we see that someone's words do not match their actions, it feels like an energetic violation, because it's almost the recognition of the fact that when we're trying to move towards something, saying it isn't enough, right? Saying a manifestation without moving in accordance to it is wishing, right? Manifesting is the ability of moving towards a wish, like the energy that you give towards moving towards the wish. And this is why, again, if someone's coming towards, and this is why I can see right now, if there's energy in separation and they've got someone from the past coming back, and the energy from the past first words are, I wish, right? Like this is the energy that's like, well, this is what you can do with your wishes, because it's almost like the fact that someone is always saying that they wish, instead of recognizing what they could actively do to change something, that may be reaffirming the ability to why something has ended, right? Or why something is coming into a point of separation, because often if we keep on articulating that we wish things but we're not moving in accordance to them, it can feel like an energetic relationship that is built on inspiration, which something that feels like it's more about what it feels indulgent to another instead of aspirational in terms of what we can build together. While for masculine and feminine energy right now coming into divine union, this is why I keep on seeing, and I keep on hearing, and like, and that's the funny thing, and like the thing about it, and it's funny too, because I keep on hearing Saturn's moving, so there's a lot of irony, right? Because it's like almost I keep on hearing like the irony of someone observing someone that's always talking about what they wish that they had with another, but then being able to tell another and say, yeah, they say that they want these things, but this is what they're doing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, that's why I keep on seeing the energy, like working through this. There are energetic connections that are coming together via the irony at the same time of someone always articulating what they want to create with another as they're energetically building someone that doesn't talk about what they want, they just actively do it. While for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within the coming into divine union, that's a lot of the energy that I keep on seeing is coming through the same space. Like this is a lot of the energy that is feeling the weight. I keep on hearing the reason that it feels ironic is because they're feeling the crushing weight of being able, they feel like they feel worse, but they understand that they're better. You know what I mean? Like they see something, they see something that makes them feel worse, that immediately makes them recognize they can do something better. And that's why it's ironic, because it's like it's ironing them. It's like it's the force that's pressing against them that helps them identify what it is that they're moving towards. Um, while for energy deep within divine union, I feel like there's a lot of this energy right now that's just in a space that's saying like I couldn't make this up if I wanted to. Like that's like there's a lot of that energy being like that's why, because I keep on seeing exquisite situations, like almost like the punctuation of a point and being like this is like, and often I need to point this out, when sometimes we have these moments where someone is like dancing around themselves or they're navigating a blind spot, you know, we can like we're like it's like the situation itself is the articulation of the problem. So it's like it's almost like it's like a little bit of that like energy talking about a situation or circumstance potentially related to anywhere they go, there they are, right? Like it's like it's understanding, it's understanding that it's often that space of being um like being attentive to the self, but working and like bringing like when we have humility of the self, we see our flaws. I need to put it this way, like, and this is why it's really important, because when we see ourselves, it's not that we're perfect, but we're trying, and we give that gift to everyone around us, right? It's not about being perfect, it's about being as self-aware as possible. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about the irony of something, because if someone goes around claiming to be energetically perfect, it's like there's no talking to them, because nobody wants, like it's like yeah, it's like it's like I can literally see energy being like looking at a situation and being like it's an impossible situation because it requires another to move into a space of energetic humility, right? And that's why we keep on, like that's why it's so difficult, because if you can't force that journey upon another, it's something that we aspire for or we don't, right? And when and like and a lot of that, like it's like it literally it's giving me a bit of that shrug, because it's like you have to, you know it's giving me the same space of like when you feel like you're perfect, that's probably the problem area, right? When you feel like you're absolutely right, like that's usually a sign that the ego needs to check itself. It's like it's working in that context of identifying that the ability to um, work towards the context of the self does not require you to be to be perfect. It requires you to always be striving for perfection. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a personal reading with me, you can do so on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Justice Card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hangman card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you updates on everything that we've studied prior to beginning that class. But The material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we are studying or have currently studied. Also, if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive, which is over 12 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in those classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to make sure that you're following me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any new services that I'm offering. And speaking about services, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal, spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase them per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase a dream package, that you make sure that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for the day. Thank you guys so much for being here and being a part of it. Our next, congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter for today. And Heather, you got second. You'll also have an additional card pulled in your subscriber reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 6th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being Sumailio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Some of the things that we read for here, if you'd like to get on the list, is we read for pregnancy. I mean, we don't read for pregnancy. We read for dream, highest priority messages from spirit, mediumship. We also do pet readings. We also do angelic guidance readings, life path readings, love readings. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm going to grab my very naughty cat, whose new favorite thing is to pull cords out. I know she wants to. She wants to be. She wants to be on. She wants to be on the screen. Yes, there's the mic. You want to say something to everybody? All right. And just reading over some of the comments. And if you're joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, all you need to do, say goodbye. All you need to do is send a donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you'll be added to the list as well. You're so welcome. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. All right. Thank you again. I'm very much looking forward to reading for you on that, Nikki. All right. And you're so welcome, Jacob. Hi there, Adina. Good to see you guys. Make sure that you give Adina a follow. Had an absolutely beautiful podcast with her just a few months ago. You can find it both on her site and over on my Substack in the collaborations section. Grand Rising, dear. So good to see you. Not the sacrificial kitty. I love it, Bridget. Hi there, Tate. Good to see you, dear. And welcome, Yona. How are you doing today? I hear Stevie Nicks singing Dream somehow. I love that, Addie. I'm okay with that. It's, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's a catharsis song, you know? Like it's a lot, like it's a very cathartic song. So I can see that in terms of the relationality to this reading. Energy is here. Exactly, Nikki. I love it. Grand Rising, dear. We just vamped up the energy for the collective. I'm okay with that. Oh, it's so good. Not that. You made my day. You made my day, Nikki. And I know it's great. I'm sorry it was freezing. Was it freezing for anyone else? Esteban, am I the only one staying here the whole am I the only one staying here the whole time for the story about the kitty? I don't think you are, Esteban. I think we are all here for the tea today. Oh, I'm glad that it's back up. Thank you for the compliment, Red. And thank you, Jojo, for the follow. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I guess the cat's out of the bag. I am okay with the cat puns. I'm okay with them. Oh no, Dada. You're terrible. I got stuck. It's okay. It's okay. We're going to move through it. We're working on it. No, you're right. Calls for light touch and my hands are up. Thank you. I love it. And Nikki, thank you as well. Addie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. When the lights come on at the rave, I feel so exposed. Yeah, that's the type of, like, that's the thing about it. You come out of these eclipses, you're like, and that's why I kept on telling you guys, like, it's not that you can't do things during eclipse cycles. It just means you have to be intentional, right? Like you don't want to do it. You don't want to do something that when you're keyed up, then you're going to energetically feel like you want to backpedal on, right? Like that's the thing that's important about it. And thank you, Bella, for joining us today, dear. Adam, thank you for those hearts. Dada unconditionally means no matter how many kitty meat sandwiches you eat. Oh my goodness, what have we done? Nikki, what have you done? And thank you. All right, Grand Rising, Hannah, and thank you, Healing, for the follow. No cats were harmed in any of the making of today's reading. I just want to go so far as to say that. This looks like a lot of tops. It is topsy-turvy, Heather. I mean, like, that's the thing about it. The energy is topsy-turvy right now. It's literally like we've been talking a lot about that. And Sunshine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Ella. Mine likes to play with cords too. I gotta do something about it because I don't want her to hurt herself. Like that's the only thing that's like she's doing it. I love her because she's really smart. She's figured out that it's a good way of getting my attention, but it's not a positive way to get my attention. You can absolutely save your read for another day, Bridget. Yep. Hi there. I know Strega had to give her a little hello. I know she listen. She is a delightful little psycho. She's precious. She's just too smart. Thank you, Sarah. I've got you on the list here. I know she's precious. I know it's been a day. I'm so glad. You're welcome, Nikki. I got you, Esteban. Wondering if you are familiar with internal family systems. Yes. Yes. Figuring out a question to ask. Yes, I'm aware of the theory. Kashan, I had a dream of a tarot reader I follow. She dropped a card and a spirit jumped to me through her live. Wow. After that, I felt needles being pulled out of behind my neck. Was this in the dream space? That's intense. Well, Kashan, I'm happy to read for the dream if you'd like to get on the list here. There's a spray you can. I know I need to get that spray. That's what I need to order today. Yeah, I think it's like apple cider. We were talking about this. Someone told me it was bitter apple. Yeah, that is a wild dream, Kashan. And thank you, Bridget. My friends, we are going to get started on today's personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the fifth person read for, sixth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Things in my Lio. Please keep in mind the 2 things I don't read here are pregnancy and medical. Happy to do anything in a private reading. Also, just remember, we are currently doing angelic guide readings, highest priority messages from spirit, life path, past life, dream interpretation, mediumship, pet readings. We also do spirit animal readings too. If you would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation. If you're going to be sending for a dream interpretation or a past life, have information that you want to pass to me before I start the reading, then you can please put it in the notes when you send the donation. I know it's sometimes hard to put long form in the comments here. And also, or if you are a subscriber on my Discord, you can post it in the channel that is designated for it. First person we are reading for today is Maria. Maria, can you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 6th person read for. I love the popcorn purr. Robert, thank you for the follow. Yeah, no pressure, Kashan. Absolutely no pressure. All right. Whoop. Maria, if you're here, second call. Second call for Maria. If Maria is not here, we're going to continue on the list. Maria, if it's not Maria's here, the next person we're reading for is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading? I mean, we're doing your dream reading, right? Everybody, I've got some good news, okay? We're gonna do this. We're gonna get some. We're gonna get some. Susie, if you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for, and we are gonna get some much needed clarity on the dream. Much needed clarity on Nikki's wild dream space. Just bear with me as I pull. Nikki, did you put the dream? You said you emailed it to me. I just want to confirm where I can find it. All right. Emailed. Thank you for confirming, dear. All right. Please hold. There we are. All right. So we are doing now the dream, and we've already got 2 cards out for you, so we're keeping those. All right. So here is the dream that we are reading for. All right. Dream. I was at my current house and thought someone was breaking in, but it was just my family in the yard. They came inside and were in my way while I was trying to cook. I was making chicken, I thought. Then it looked like tilapia, and eventually I realized that it was kitten meat. I kept cooking, but was frustrated, and I dropped some of the meat in the sink, and the ones that I didn't drop wouldn't cook right. Then I woke up in the dream, disturbed about the kitten meat, obviously, and suddenly I was at a spiritual center that blended all religions. Mm. A leader came up to me, said, Nikki, welcome. And when I asked how they knew me, they said, everyone knows you. Then I remembered my best friend had brought me there before. People from my past were there too, and I felt uncomfortable. I remember I talked to some of the spiritual leaders about the dream for guidance. Then my boyfriend showed up and made me feel safer in the space. Okay, I got it. Yep. All right. Can I please get 2 more cards for Nikki in relationality to the dream? It's a 2-part dream. For the first 2 are the first part of the dream. This is the second part. I've already got some indications as to what this means. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, you know, it's really interesting, and it kind of falls back into the conversation that we've had as it relates to what is often indicated when we see houses or rooms in our dream. Because often the houses and the rooms that we experience in dream are indicative of the mansion of the self, right? So there's something really important about the fact that, when you first began the dream, you said that you were alone in the house, and you thought someone was trying to break in, but you realized that it was your family, right? And so for me, what I'm seeing there is this has to do with navigating through intimacy wounds, right? Because the thing about it is there was a feeling of safety that you were experiencing, and then you felt that discomfort when the family was approaching. And I believe the first part of the dream is talking about the fact that often we sometimes have intimacy wounds in relationality to family, because they often feel like they've seen all sides of us, right? There's no place for an ego when we have family, right? Because ego, like, family often sees those moments or experiences. And this is important, though, because you'll remember that the ego is not something that we try to get away entirely. Like, the ego protects us. And oftentimes when we grow up with someone, or we build into the context of too much proximity, we are not sometimes as respective to who we are or what we need, because we feel the overbearing weight of feeling like we know someone, right? And this is often, like, this is why we have to be very um this is why we have to be very appreciative of navigating relationship dynamics with family members, right? Because it's remembering that when we that it's not about, I keep on hearing, it's not about love, it's about honor, right? Like, when we truly love, we no longer we it's not just the fact that we say I love you because I know you. We say I love you because I know who you are, and I honor you because I'm respective of who you have become or who you strive to be. And so there's something really important about this, because what they're really saying is everything was going fine until your family showed up. And then your family, they were trying to help, right? They were in the kitchen, too many cooks in the kitchen, right? And so it's talking about the fact that often when we have a family relationship, energy that's trying to help us frequently gets in the way, because when they're trying to help, because they feel like they know us, they're not being respective to what we're asking for or what we need, right? So it's like that moment that you feel energetically mortified, because it puts you in a difficult situation, because you want to articulate a boundary, but you don't want to hurt another person's feelings, right? What you really want to do in that dream is you want to tell everyone to get the heck out of the kitchen, right? And so there's something about, like, and so that is one of the indication points about talking. It's like it's trying to show you the clumsiness that you may be effectively feeling, potentially an energy that loves you, but may love you in a way that they're not necessarily honoring the boundaries of the ego, right? They might be loving you, but they're not honoring you, right? They're not being respective of what it is that you're asking for, that you say that you need, right? They're like, and they're saying, I'm trying to help you, and being like, that's not the type of help I need. Now, let's get to the shifting of the ingredients, right? Because that's obviously the most bizarre point in relationality to the dream itself. Now, in the description of the dream, you talked about the fact that when your family entered the kitchen, you first thought that you were making chicken, and then it became fish, and then you were mortified to discover that it was kitten meat, Now, there's something really important about that journey, right? Because what they're basically saying is that transformation of the food that changes as you're cooking it has to do with how you change in the presence of your family, right? Because we talked a bit about the fact that when we're in the space of family, one of the difficult points is we understand that on the journey, often the journey of becoming ourselves, we sometimes have a hard time disassociating the energy of the past versus who we are. And this is why it's often difficult to build relationships with those who have known us for a long time, or for those who have a hard time letting go of the experience of experiencing us in past iterations. Because effectively, we are the culmination of our experiences. And often, what happens for those who've known us a long time, when they're not honoring who we've become, is it feels they like they don't see us for who we are. They only see us for the ingredients, right? They only remember that one moment. They only remember that that terrible accident, that really awkward, that really awkward day, like all of those. They often remember us at our worst moments. And this is why it can be so devastating if we're not in a space of being in a place that loves us but also honors us, because it's in those modalities that energy, like, kind of like works in the space of reminding us about our energetic insecurities. So what's interesting about it is the kitten meat was you, right? The kitten meat was actually the representation point that something that you do that feels very professional, right? What happens when you get in the energy? Oh, you used to always do that. You remember when you were 5? Remember when you were 5? And then here comes the mortifying story, right? Here comes the story, like taking something that you're doing just fine and then suddenly just connecting everything to childhood, not allowing a landscape where you can move away from those old stories, right? So that's the description of the kitten meat, because it's talking about the fact that you may potentially feel that when you're in the presence of your family, they infantilize you, right? They infantilize you because and because it feels good. It's fun. Like it's like they might I wouldn't be surprised in a situation like this if your family is one that they make a lot of fun of you for things that you used to do when you were younger, right? Because they're saying that it's that process by which you're trying to do something maturely. You're trying to do the thing that you're supposed to do. But even in that space, it's turning into kitten meat. It's almost like that point, that feeling like you can never do something right, and worse, everything that you're doing is regressing you back to childhood, right? Like it's like you're trying to do something that's clear, and instead someone's saying like, no, 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 that's connected. You've always been like this, right? You know what I mean? And so it's mortifying, right? So it's taking something that you're doing professionally and mortifying it because it's not being respective of how much you've changed. Now, as it relates, now this is how the second part of the dream talks about making peace with your past. And there's something really important about this, because you came out of that mortifying experience. It's talking about the fact that you may have some connections to energy that has a hard time seeing who you are today without associating it to something that you used to be. And that's why you felt, and the second part of the dream was actually a dream given to you by your guides to show you the impact of the abandonment wound that you're experiencing in the context of that. Because you were perfectly fine being in the healing center until you heard the words, "We all know you," because you immediately went back to the kitten meat thing. You're like, "Oh no," like who have you been talking to? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's at that moment that it should have felt like a prestigious moment, right? It should have felt like a moment, like when someone says to you, "Oh, I know you," right? Like it should feel like that moment that you're like, "You do?" Like, you know what I mean? Like you've heard of me? But instead you were mortified, right? Because all you can do, like you have a hard time navigating prestige, because when you feel like you enter areas where someone's making you feel prestigious, you're not seeing them as prestigious. You're seeing them as mortifying. You're like, oh no, because of the wound, because of the family wound, because of someone like saying, like, I know you, being like, I know, like, I remember you, instead of understanding. And that's the thing about it. The guided dream in the second part was trying to help you identify why it's important to heal from that. Because the energy in the second space was going, I know you. And they were trying to honor you, right? They were saying, I know you, because they were respective of the energetic ego. They understood who you've become, who you aspire to be. And so the juxtaposition of the experience of being known in the first dream, where you were known and it turned into kitten meat, just grist for the mill, right? Something to laugh about, right? Versus the energy that says, we know you. Like, it's an honor to meet you. It's showing you how much has changed in the experience of what it is that you need to heal from it's helping you see an inner child wound in order to help you start to heal it in the context of saying, you are not the ingredients, you are what you made of them, right? Like, that is, like, that was the guide saying, that wasn't the truth, this is the truth. And then the presence of like the partner coming in is saying that, that is not a false self. The honest self is the self that you have become. You are not the ingredients. You are, like, you are what you've made with them. Bottom of the deck on this reading, like, a lot of that, like, again, and they're saying that a lot of that has to do, again, energy that holds you sacredly honors boundaries, right? And it's, and here, and that's like, and this is often what we have to understand this, like, this is very difficult. This is how we heal, like, bonds of childhood, because sometimes the difficulty, this is why we sometimes have such very complicated relationships with those that we grow in close proximity with, because when we're younger, we don't have any boundaries, right? We don't know who we are. So it's a lot of that clumsiness. And this is why, as we advance and we come into the self, we start to be more respective of the framework of the self, because we don't disregard them. We acknowledge them, we honor them. And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this work that was almost trying to show you something to a certain extent, because I can almost see some energy. And that's the thing about it, this painful, they energy that knows us in this fashion, they can't help it, you know. They it's endearing, right? And sometimes something that someone loves us for, that's endearing, is mortifying to the energy in the space of the ego. Like, so they're saying, like, think about, like, hold on to the word endearing, and saying, like, you can have, like, something can be endearing, but you can also hold energetic boundaries to it, right? Like, they're saying that there's something about that is helping you as it relates to healing the inner child, and being able to acknowledge and recognize, um, like, I keep on hearing what feels like it is appreciative versus what feels like it's digging. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing about it. And I like to point out, you know, we can usually articulate that another is respectful of our boundaries by saying things like, I'm not comfortable when something is brought up. Like, again, remember, a boundary is not crossed unless it is communicated. So they're saying that there's almost something about this that is saying, like, allow that the ability to communicate what you are and are not comfortable with, to not allow you to feel the need to regress when you're energetically back in situations with energy that isn't respective of your boundaries. Like, almost allowing oneself the maturity. They're almost saying, like, reverse the roles, like, come into that space of saying, like, like, a bit of consideration, but not taking something too far, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like like an ounce, like, like, like a concession, but not feeling energetically devastated. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are two things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Maria. Maria, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Also, my friends, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 48.2K. So we're almost there, guys. Tap that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it pushes this live out to those who might not have experienced before. So I thank you guys for that as well. You see, the kitten meat made sense. We just needed a minute. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And welcome to anyone joining us today. If you would also like a dream interpreted, rather than putting it in the comments, you can send it directly in the notes when you send the donation. Also, if you are a subscriber, you can go to our subscriber only Discord channel and put the dream up there, and I can read it from the Discord. One random note, it was like 3 kittens. I saw them at one point in the dream. Okay, and again, they're saying, like, it's saying to me, like, I keep on feeling like these, like, I keep on hearing, what are these 3 stories? It feels like you're when you're in some kind of space, there's like 3 mortifying stories from childhood that your family gravitates on. That immediately, like, it feels like it regresses you. Oh, thank you. You really you should make it a TikTok. It's great. Thank you, Per. Now everybody on the live definitely knows you. Holly, thank you, Pops. It was so strange, guys. It sounds like they wanted them to join their cult. But I need to stress this. Like, I think it's really important because, again, they're showing the fact that in most circumstances, if you entered a space and someone says everyone knows you, like, it would be like, oh, like, I keep on seeing them being like, oh, right. But instead, it's like the mortification point that you took from the other dream being like, you know what I mean? Like, it's helping you understand the difference between being known for who you are versus being known for who you were, right? Thank you, El Sarai. My family, they're like, I think families have a tendency of being like energetically overbearing. So the overbearing was the space that them being in the kitchen as you were trying to cook. Always, yep, always in the business and treating you like a child. So again, that is the kitten meat, right? Like bringing you back, like, grinding you back down, regressing you. Totally. They think they're being protective, but they're just being, I keep on seeing, like, I can hear energy being like, it's just a joke. We like endearing, like there's something about them talking about things that they find endearing, but you find mortifying. Hi there, Mary. Good to see you. Like Monica from her friends and her parents. I haven't seen the show, but I'll trust you on it. Thank you for the compliment, Autumn. Hi there, Amber. It's kind of comforting to know the kitten meat is related to yourself. Oh no, absolutely. No, it was definitely like yeah, it was definitely, yep, absolutely. I feel like I've changed so much and I've been through much and they want me to go back. Yeah, because yeah, because you'll always, it's a space, like that's why it's kitten meat. No matter what you try to cook, right? No matter who you try to become, they're always like, but you'll always be kitten meat to us. Right? Like that's what's happening there. They're going, it doesn't matter what you're trying to cook. When they're there, it's going to turn into kitten meat. And thank you for sharing the live, Christine. This is so beautiful. What a revelation. Thank you for as well, Sarai, for being here and receiving these messages. Also, I think after my dad passed, they've all taken on this overly protective role. That's yeah. And again, I can see it, like it's the energy that like is trying to be protective but not being respective, right? And I think that you're articulating that. They do not respect boundaries. Exactly. I've always been the baby, and when I try to assert a boundary, they're like, "Psh, okay, whatever." Yeah, they're like, "Psh, okay, whatever, kitten meat." Like that's what I'm seeing here. Like they're like, yeah, like they're saying, Yeah, they wouldn't have put all of that together. Thank you for Nikki for being here, and thank you for giving us the gift of explaining the dream so that I could interpret it. It makes a lot more sense now. Thank you, Maria. Good to see you. Happy to do a love reading, dear. Oh, thank you. I'll take Dream Wizard. I'm okay with that. And thank you to everyone joining us. And again, if you'd also like your dream interpreted, you can go ahead and send it to me along with the donation. I'll be happy to read for you on your dream. Okay, we're doing a love reading right now for Maria. 3 cards, please, for Maria. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Oh, and guys, we reached 50K. So thank you guys so much. Once we read Maria, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you continue tapping that screen. We'll do it again when we get to 100K. Can I please have 3 cards for Maria, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit on love. Thank you. There's something that needs to be brought into a point of consistency. I keep on feeling there's something around you. It's not like these are always the most difficult things to navigate. It feels like it's not that something isn't good. It just feels like there isn't enough of it, is what I keep seeing. Um, I feel like you need to have a conversation with someone as it relates to um like this is saying to me like something about a schedule. This is saying to me about having a little bit of more foresight as to when you can expect to see someone, building something into a point of being energetically consistent. Um, you know, and I gotta say this, if you're like, this is why we talk so much about the fact of energy being like you around um isn't healthy. Because it's like when someone says you around, it feels more like someone who's trying to build seeing us as it relates to what's in their free time. There should be no you around energy around you. There should be like it's not about whether you're around, it's about prioritizing time spent with you. You know? This is and I'm going to tell you right now, if this is occurring, the best way to um, make sure that that's not happening is to make some kind of energetic standard in terms of telling someone that you're never around, that someone has to build plans with you ahead of time, right? Because the space, this is why it's so important, because when we prioritize spending time with another person, it's not free time. It's not trying to kill time. This is the difference between someone that feels like they're trying to kill time with us, like they've got the time that they weren't going to spend on something, so then they say you around because it feels like they're fitting us in, versus the energy that recognizes that the time that we spend with one another is a gift, and we prioritize making the time, and we prioritize holding the time energetically sacred. So they're saying, the guides are basically saying, I don't care if you enjoy spending time with someone, you need to look at a situation and ask yourself, are they killing time with you, or are they holding the time energetically sacred? And the best way to be able to infer if someone is holding the time that they spend with you energetically sacred is that they have to plan it ahead of time. And I'm going to tell you right now, if there's a situation where you say to someone, listen, you either make plans with me 4 days in advance, or we don't have plans at all. If you doing that send someone away from you, if that person literally disappears from your life, you've got all the answer you need. You've got all the clarity you need as to whether someone is killing time with you we're prioritizing that time. Because I just keep on seeing that there's something around you. Like it's not that it's bad, but if it's not consistent, sometimes if something is good and not consistent, it's worse. Why is it when something is good but not consistent, it's worse? Because when something is good and not consistent, we're afraid to make plans for fear of missing out on it when it arrives, right? It has us in a state of perpetual waiting. We're just constantly like sitting there and we're afraid to make plans and we're afraid to do anything because what if they reach out? What if they reach out? What if they reach out, right? That becomes your whole existence, right? Energy that cares about one another does not keep each other in a state of perpetual anticipation. I'm going to say that again because they're saying it's really important for you to write that down. Energy that truly cares about one another does not keep each other in a state of perpetual anticipation. The ability to have clarity, the ability to foresee what is occurring, the ability to rest upon a schedule and to build around it is what allows for the sake of identifying energy that prioritizes the time that they're with us and also takes consideration of our time versus energy that likes to arrive at the last minute, that always keeps us on our toes because they're not necessarily prioritizing spending time with us. They're just looking for us to fill in the blanks. So they're saying, make sure that there's not someone around you right now just filling in the blanks as it relates to building a relationship with you. Bottom of the deck. And again, if this a healthy relationship is never damaged by a hard conversation, right? If you try to articulate this to someone and they start saying you're making problems where problems don't exist, remember, energy that has different manifestation goals than us, energy that doesn't want the same things as us, what is the song they sing? Energy that doesn't want the same things as us sings the song, you're making problems where problems don't exist. Because in that moment, they're saying, this is exactly what I want, and you're trying to damage it. So be very conscientious if you're trying to have those, if you're trying to build into that. If simply saying to another going forward, I'm not available last minute. If that is the energy that gets defensive in that space, that gets accusatory, don't react to it, observe it. Observe it. And remember what I just said. The song that will be sung by someone that doesn't want the same things as you bring up an issue is you're making problems where problems don't exist. Because everything I keep on seeing here, like this feels good, this feels positive, but the question isn't, it's not just feels good. Feels good is something that feels good and is consistent, something that you can rely upon, not something that you're constantly waiting upon. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Maria. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is, we've got Sarai. Sarai, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, but wait, stop. Sarai, don't post your question yet. We've got to do our 50K giveaway. So just hold on a moment, okay? I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Milk. How are you doing? Pratik, how are you doing as well? All right. Makes a lot of sense. Thank you as well, Nikki. Great insight. You're so welcome. Thank you, Per. One moment, please. None of us. Hi there, Tay. I know. I'm sure you can't get that image out of your head. Thank you, Tay.
Hope everyone feels a little bit better. We feel a lot better. I mean, listen, I am very relieved having the full explanation of the dream. Much better. All right. On point. Conversation is coming next week. Thank you. And like they keep on saying, everything you need to know will be met in terms of how they navigate that conversation. Heather, FYI, I put background info for my question in the dream channel. Was not sure where else to put it. No, that's totally okay, Heather. I saw that come up there. I appreciate it. Oh, that is so relevant for me. I have to put off doing so many things while waiting. Again, sending you support on that journey, Heather. And thank you for also receiving these messages. Yaz, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Ella, don't take things personally. Simply take notes. Love it. Thank you so much, Ella, for being here and also receiving those messages. All right. Next person we're reading for today. Before we begin, we're going to give to that 50K out back to the collective. So I am going to think of a number right now between 1 and 37. First person I see that posts the number will have a reading. Remember, first person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than you guys post them. Nope. 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 Addison, congratulations. You got the gift. We'll do it again when we get to 50K. Thank you guys so much for participating. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth person read for. All right. Next, okay, now we're doing Sarai's reading. Sarai, and again, if I'm saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. It was, Bridget. That a dear? Okay. Excellent. I am saying it well. Excellent. Perfect. Thank you, dear. All right. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? Oh, are you kidding? That was the first number you said out loud, but you didn't post it? You're on point. Remember what you said about those numbers. I got you, dear. Happy to do spirit led. Okay. Can I please get 3 cards, please? 3 cards, highest priority messages. Thank you. Ah, man. Okay, sorry. This is like, I mean, I need to point out there's something that the guides are saying, which is like, if you're like if something sucks here, it's probably the right decision, you know? Like I mean, I need to stress this. Like there I feel like there's something about this. Like I just see some kind of situation that you're looking at with like a level or degree of clarity. You know, I just keep on identifying that there's something here. It's like it's not ideal, but the point isn't about whether something's ideal. It's about like, and I gotta stress this, like, heartbreaking, but heart not broken here, you know? Um, and this is what we talk about. Like energy that's in alignment to us has the same manifestation goals as us. And the thing about it, and sometimes, and what's hard about it is there's these moments that sometimes someone says they want the same things as us, but then we got to read between the lines. And there's nothing worse than those moments. right? There's nothing worse than those moments because they're like when someone says that they want the same things as us, but then we identify that they're doing everything oppositional to what it is that they articulate that they want. Like that's often those moments that we get so frustrated because it feels like someone's just giving us lip service, you know? And that's the thing about it. Like, I, like that the thing I see that's frustrating on something is it feels like lip service. It feels like someone like coming into some kind of space of having to like, you know, recognize and identify that, and I keep on hearing like it's not enough to shake your head and say, I want the same things too. Right? I keep on hearing you got a guide on the other side saying it's really easy for someone to go like to be bobbleheading something. You know what I mean? Like when, and this is why I keep on seeing like you don't need to like I keep on hearing don't explain, ask questions, right? Like if you feel like someone is just like going like this, like yeah, me too, like I want that too, like like there's something to be said about that, which is saying like you know don't like it's not just about like and they're saying like this is whatever this is it's not going to happen again because it is saying to me like there's something that you've observed in a situation that is is healthy, it is supportive to you because but it feels like path work of wisdom, right? And the problem with wisdom is sometimes we learn something that we didn't even know was there until we experienced it. But the one thing that guides are saying to me through this is it's never going to happen again. You know, like it's never going to happen again. And again, there's also something that they're saying that something about it. And I got to stress this. I got to stress this like in a big way. If if there's something that you walked away from and the further you get from it, the worse it looks, rest assured you're probably walking in the right direction. If the further you get something from something, the more and more clarity you're getting, you know, it's like I know how frustrating that is, but I also want you to understand that that is affirmation that you're making the right choice or you're doing the right work because I just keep on seeing some situation or circumstance that was like energetically ridiculous. It feels like it was really confusing. It feels like the type of thing where it's like I keep on hearing unnecessarily difficult, only getting harder, right? And I got to stress this. Typically a good relationship, the more we put in, the easier it gets, not the opposite, right? All the messages this day is about consistency, right? And if we have those moments and again, like those moments that articulate the difference between someone that builds into a point of consistency where it's the reliability of what you can expect day after day after day versus a condition where it feels like somebody it almost feels like someone love bombed you. It feels like someone that tried to like really like overwhelm you at first and then tried to see how much they could pull away to see how little they could give. And I know, I know it's really painful when we have those moments, but that's why I keep on seeing that like the gift that's being given to you is being able to observe it so that it's never going to happen again, you know? I got to tell you, like, I just keep on seeing, like, the message is coming through on this, in this reading is you made the right choice, you know? And I know how painful it is because I keep on seeing there's a situation being like, well, maybe if I just, you weren't going to prove anything to anyone, right? Invest invested effort, a healthy relationship grows, it doesn't shrink. I want you to write that down somewhere. A healthy relationship grows, it doesn't shrink. It's not a situation, it's something that energy gives more and more to. It's not someone saying, I wonder how little I can give this to see if it stays functional. And I feel like you saw something here that feels like someone that was literally like trying to put something into cruise control, trying to like dial something in to see how much they could get from the most minimal effort. You can't fix that when you see it. You just have to walk away from it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, and I keep on seeing like, here's the thing about it. It's not, I keep on saying it's not about feelings. It's not about feelings, you know? And I can see someone has a ton of feelings for you. It's about whether they've healed. It's about whether they heal. Because when we don't heal, our love feels like control. When we don't heal, our love becomes control. And that's why it's like it's not about love. It's about learning. It's about healing so that our love feels like love and it doesn't feel like someone trying to see how much they can control about things. So, you know, everything I keep on seeing about this, if you're still feeling some kind of energetic connection to this person, like, yeah, it's like it's not about the fact what they don't care about you. And I want you to understand that because I see you being like, none of this makes sense. I'm trying to make it make sense. When we don't care, when we care, but we haven't learned to heal from our fear, our love feels like control. And they're saying for me to tell you that because they're saying it's going to help you make sense of something that you're experiencing, particularly as it relates to someone like trying to come back towards you in a very confusing way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Sarah. And if this message connected to you as well, and I keep on hearing, remember, I miss you does not mean I want the same things as you, right? Like, I want you does not mean I want to put the work in. Like, make sure that this is not someone trying to fix something from emotional, please. A depth of emotion isn't progress. Progress is progress. Thank you so much, Sarai, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Are we holding your reading still, dear? Just let me know. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for. And also, when we get to 100K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right, we're holding Bridget's reading. Next person we're reading for is Heather. Heather, this is your subscriber reading. So you'll be getting 2 cards instead of the 1 card. And I believe you said that you had notes that you put in the Discord. So I'm just going to refer to that to take a look. I'm also going to take a minute to read over some of the questions, some of the comments that came through as it was giving that reading. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. And just bear with me a moment. That's wild, Bridget. I can't believe you thought of the 12 out loud. And thank you as well, Victoria. Got to go with your intuition. Exactly. Tap to claim. I always win when I really need it. I'm glad, Addison. So good. I'm so glad that you got that reading today. Very much so. Thank you for confirmation on the reading, Sarai. I just love to guess to see how well my intuition's working. It's on point right now. walking away detached with boundaries. Yeah, I can see the situation. Me too. Extra combination. Hi there, Heather. Good to see you. Truly, spirit is bringing something to the surface from something I walked away about from about a month ago. It has been calling to me, so I don't understand why. I mean, I see someone here, like I see someone here who's thinking about you constantly, but it's not about the thinking of constantly. It's about like it's about share. I keep on saying it's about wanting the same things. You know. Thank you for confirmation, dear. My ex made me believe he wanted the same things. Mari determined that was a lie. Oh, sweetheart. Sending you so much support on that journey, but that's very funny how you put it. They did. It was so toxic. Breadcrumbing. Oh my God. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, dear. And sending, I listen, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. It's heavy. But here's the thing. I need to stress this. Again, energy, like energy that's for you wants the same things as you. That's not going to get harder. It's going to get easier. Amber, I had an ex who did all of this too, lures you into their web of lies to keep you stuck, luring others. It's not, listen, it's not everyone, you know? And again, it's not the fact that there aren't those who work in that capacity that can't heal, but observing that, honoring the self, moving forward, becoming better, not bitter is really important. So continue. Thank you guys for supporting each other and sharing your stories and helping each other along the way. That's what we're here to do. No, I can see it. Like this would serve as confirmation. I'm telling you, it's like, do they miss you? Yes. Do they want the same things as you? Like that's the hurdle here. Has led me to now being nervous to open up and express emotions. Again, I want you to understand, Heather, and keep on saying to yourself, you're healing. And again, energy that's in alignment to you is going to build trust with you, not demand it. You're so welcome, dear. Thank you for having that reading with me, and thank you. And I wish you the best of luck on your journey. That was amazing. Amazing. You're so welcome, dear. I'm glad it helped. All right, we've got you, Bridget. I'm holding your reading for later. Dream big tonight. Yeah, dream big tonight. We are all expecting a big dream tomorrow. No. Wait. What? No, there's no. Okay, so Amber, it's not a 2-card subscriber reading. So when I do the highest gifter, the first person gets the highest gift gets a free reading, and whoever gets the second highest gets a card. So if you are a subscriber and you get the second highest, then your subscriber reading becomes a 2-card reading. I hope that clarifies. Okay, so this will be instead of my 1-card reading. Exactly, Rainbow. Yep. I mean, that said, if you want to get on the list for a full reading, you can too as well, dear. The video is really stuttery, may just be my connection. Is that happening for anyone else? Just let me know. And that said, I'm pulling up your question. Do I have permission to read this to the collective, or would you prefer I just keep this personal? Yes, thank you. I didn't realize that we gifted the gifter gifts too. I can see you clear. Thank you, Heather. I can read it. Great. Good on my end. Thank you guys for confirming. Heather, before I start reading for you, if the feed's jittery, do you want to close out the app and come back and see if that fixes it? I just don't want you to miss any part of your reading. Happened and I reloaded the app to work it out. My video is all good. Thank you. Yep. Okay, so we're going to pause for a moment on Heather's reading to allow them to fix that. The next person we're going to read for while we wait for them to come back is Addison. Addison, if you're here, can you let me, I know you're here, but can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. I got you, dear. Oh, wait. All right, hold on, wait. Okay, wait. Okay, Addison, hold on. Heather's back. I didn't realize they come back so quick. Can you okay, so we're gonna do Heather's reading and then I got you, Addison. So if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Okay. Perfect. Great. Okay, so I'm reading over some of Heather's notes. Not a dream per se, but background info for the question. Was not sure where else to put it. In connection with former BFF, has felt like there has been radically different interaction patterns, from kind and understanding to more rigid boundary management and efforts to change or shift behaviors, to almost hostile efforts to push away, typically after getting closer, has been very confusing. Wondering if this could be explained by different parts within a self, guardian protectors showing up, maybe manager energy, boundaries, behavior shifts versus firefighter energy, hostile push away. I'm not sure I'm not very clear on what that means. If so, challenging would explain a lot. Feeling is they would have responsibility to do healing around that. Um, have some indications they want me to focus on my healing and goals right now. Does not mean no interaction. Be mindful of focus and time. Wondering if guides can share anything about if this parts model might help explain these different energies. Would help explain a lot and would be a relief. I got you, Heather. Okay, cool. All right. Can I please get two cards for Heather? Two cards for Heather in relationality to what they need to know about that connection right now. Highest. Oh, I understand. Oh, eternal fire. Oh, family systems. Thank you for confirming. I understand it now. That's what I needed. Okay, thank you. Yeah, manager. Okay, I understand. Hold on. I need to reprocess that. Manager energy, boundaries, behavior shifts. Yeah. Firefighter, hostile, push away. Okay. Can I get two cards, please? And one more. Thank you. I mean, so one thing I'm seeing around this, Heather, that I think might help is um, I keep on hearing, like, I keep on seeing the word casual in like very big letters and like blue jeans, which is weird. Um, but like the reason I'm seeing this to a certain extent, I feel like the reason I'm seeing this is because um, you know, there's something to be said about someone um I see someone that is much more casual as it relates to how they address things. You know, like they're not putting a lot of they're not putting a lot of concentration on things. And that's what I keep on seeing is like some kind of like intensification point um like via the connection between you and them because I see you in a modality where you're reading in, you know what I mean, like you're like looking really deeply into like understanding something that like I keep on saying that they haven't given a second thought to. um so and that's why I kept on saying like there's something really important um to notate as it relates to um, you are very hyper attuned to recognizing passive aggressiveness, but the thing about it is I'm seeing is that often the thing you have to understand, and this is why it's important, like not to read into passive aggressiveness, which is sometimes when someone's feeling passive aggressive, they don't realize they're doing so. Right, and that's the hard thing about passive aggressive aggression. Sometimes someone doesn't recognize that they're being passive aggressive. If they like if they were it wouldn't be passive. So I think that there's a little bit of that energy there that they're saying like think a bit about water under the bridge to a certain extent. Like working in the context of not assuming a problem's that there unless someone says it from their throat chakra, right? Because that ability of doing so, I feel like that's also going to help you heal from some trauma in relationality to have to be having to be in some like high traumatized experience where you had to like read into things to be energetically safe. A healthy space does not require you to have to read into things to try to determine safety. It's feeling safe and knowing and trusting that if something's wrong, another person will tell us. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with Ace of Pentacles. I feel like you might be deep reading into something that's a coping mechanism, right? And that's what's hard. Sometimes when someone has a coping mechanism, it's not directed towards us. But if we're hypersensitive and someone has a coping mechanism, it can feel targeted towards us, but it's not, right? It's like it's just their own personal coping mechanism. So that's why I keep on seeing, make sure that you're not confusing a coping mechanism with something that's directed at you. And that's why you can say the trust that we build in healthy relationship is almost having to say to someone, can you promise me? And if you need someone to say this out loud, by all means have them do it. You can say to someone, say, listen, I get triggered very easily. Can you promise me if there's something wrong between us, you will tell me? There you go. That's all you need to say. I'm triggered very easily. Can you promise me if there's something wrong between us, you will tell me? And that ability of doing so, and then you say, and then in context, you say, and I will do the work in not overreading into things, right? Building into that point of balance. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Heather. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being Sumailio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We are also at 54.3K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And let me just put the offer here as well. And Addison, you are the next person we are reading for today, and congratulations in winning that reading. Okay. Yep, I totally get it now. I totally understand the manager firefighter thing. Yep. I see justice, I think. What is the other one? It's not justice. So we've got here close. We've got temperance and 6 of cups, which would again be like having the agreement between you. I keep on saying, promise me if something's wrong, you'll tell me, right? And that's the gift of having some kind of mutual assurance point and being able not to have to misread things or having to like infer something that is a coping mechanism, but moving too deeply into it. Yep. Thank you, Addison. Yeah. 6 of cups and temperance. Thank you. The blue jeans is really confusing. I can't imagine why. No, no. The blue, like the reason I was seeing blue jeans is because of the casualness, if that makes sense. Like they're saying to me, like the blue jeans aspect of it was like somebody who's like someone who's like this, like they're just that way, you know what I mean? Like it's like that's what I mean about it. Like they're saying like they're it's like when they're getting comfortable potentially, and like like it's just like that comfortability point, like making sure that you're not reading too deeply into something that is really just the identification of someone becoming more casual, right? Might be the emphasis. Yeah, yeah, it is. Thank you, Addison. You got it exactly. The sarcasm is here's no. I mean, that's the thing I need to point out. Like the fact that you're articulating the fact that the sarcasm is buried anger and frustration. Sarcasm is sometimes a coping mechanism, right? Like it doesn't necessarily need like sometimes it's not directed towards us. sometimes energy is just sarcastic, right? So being able, like, not like making sure that you're not feeling like something that they're doing casually is targeted towards you. That might just be their coping mechanism. Yeah, you see, Amber, perfect example. I use sarcasm, but it's joking, right? Yeah. Um, that was what I was seeing specifically, Heather. I'm super sarcastic, but not at another's expense. Exactly. Yeah. Right. Like that. Thank you for confirmation on that. Okay. There was a couple of things that were extremely harsh to the point of being unacceptable, even as a joke. Well, and again, we can definitely, like, we can definitely articulate that and read that deeper in another reading. But this is what I'm picking up in terms of you kind of asking about where someone is energetically. So thank you again. Yeah, I'm super sarcastic, but most of my friends love it. Some do overthink it and go defensive. It's not, and here's the thing, like, I think that also recognizing the self, I need to stress this. If we've come from a landscape that was really passive aggressive, sometimes sarcasm can be hard for us to navigate because it does feel like it's directed towards us. So the best thing we can do is help another say, like, I'm just checking because I want to make sure, right? Isn't reading overthinking? Yes. No, I would definitely articulate that getting a reading on something is, I mean, I don't want to say, I need to point this out. I think healing, it's a good question that you bring up. Um, like a reading is going to dive into something. So in some cases, like, it's interesting because, like, this reading is about overthinking. It's about a situation or circumstance where I feel like someone, like, it's something, it feels like someone, like, being in an energetic lighter space and someone else trying to dive deep. So, I need to point this out. It's not necessarily overthinking is usually articulated in putting too much concentration on something that another person isn't putting a lot of thought into. So, can a reading, like, can a reading involve overthinking? It can, but I like to think of it more as like diving deep, because again, a good reading is going to tell you what you can bring into a situation to help it. And sometimes, like, this is a good example of that. Like, this is almost giving me, like, a lot of this read is saying making sure that you're not overthinking. So, I think it's almost like it's the antidote to overthinking to a certain extent. I'm asking for ancestral wisdom and guidance on my role, next steps navigating. Okay. You recognize, now I need to point this out. I always point this out when I'm doing ancestral readings. Ancestors got different opinions on things. You want the ancestor, you want the ancestral reading. Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Okay. You're so welcome, Rainbow. Yes, thank you. Understanding this as parts and defensive modes was helping me feel better in ways. And I think I feel like it should continue to help you feel better. And again, I think that there's something about that. If there's something that you feel like you still need to unpack about something from the past that's still bothering you, like, they're saying that that's a good landscape to kind of bring it up. But, you know, like, make sure, like, I keep on hearing, having the agreement with someone and saying, you'll promise me that if there's something that's that is problematic, you'll tell me, right? Almost the agreement of making that assurance point of not being passive aggressive. I feel like that's going to help, like, free some of that anxiety as it relates to a connection. I'm not sure where my sarcasm comes from, but I try to swallow it with new people or work. No, I get it. Here's the thing. Sarcasm is like, it's an acquired taste. It's not for everybody. It's like sarcasm it's acquired. It's not everybody's cup of tea, you know? Okay. Yep. All right. We're reading now for Addison. And so, yep, I've got you, Addison. Can I please get 4 cards? And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Can I please get 4 cards? Ancestral. Highest party messages from spirit. Highest party messages from ancestors. And one more, please. Wow. Okay. So, oh yeah. I also like whenever, like, here's the thing, whenever I it's just me. Whenever I read for ancestral energy, I always just drop a card for spirit, because sometimes ancestral energy and spirit have different opinions on subjects. So I've drawn 4 cards on ancestral, and I drew a card on spirit to make sure that there was agreement between the two. So we've got the two of wands, the 7 of cups in its reversal, the queen of pentacles, and the wheel of fortune in its reversal. Um, it's complicated. Yep. Yeah. You like, yeah. Then we've got the card for spirit, because I know I've had arguments between these spaces. um, so I keep on seeing. I'm seeing someone that you have to take, like, they're a complicated person. Um, a, a complicated person is someone who's had to make very hard choices, is what I keep hearing. A complicated person is someone who has to make very hard choices. And um, you know, I literally I see someone who has had, like, watched the world change before their eyes. Like, this is like wild, you know, um, in relationality to um, having to navigate circumstances that um, they couldn't even fathom, to a certain extent. Um, Incredibly grounded person, though. You know, I just keep on seeing someone here that um like, this is like, they're like, I feel like they were like a force to be reckoned with, but and like, the thing about it that I'm seeing, I'm sorry, it's just, it's like they're very, I mean, the first thing I'm seeing is they're not going anywhere. They're very energetically protective, you know? And I see someone that, like, even now, like there's like a point of like there's like I see them going, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I gotta point out, sometimes I see energy. Sometimes I see energy that's like, bye, I'm done. Like, sometimes I see energy that's like, I'm good, leave me alone. Um, you know, I keep on seeing this is someone who, like, they were a force. I keep on hearing, um, they were a force to be reckoned with in this life. Now they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in that, is what I'm getting to a certain extent. Um, but I feel like it's really really fascinating because there's a lot of conversations that I'm hearing in this space in relationality to, um, legacy and the changing of the guard is what I keep on hearing. And that was the first, I got to stress, that was the first thing I was hearing when I started reading for this, which is when they said the changing of the guard, because you know when someone, like, when someone is a force to be reckoned with, it doesn't necessarily mean everyone agrees with them, right? Like I need to point this out. When someone is a force to be reckoned with, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're energetically nice. It means that they're unyielding. It means that they don't take threats. You want to say they don't, like, they don't, like, it's giving me a little bit of this, like, lower your voice kind of energy. It's giving me a little bit of this, like, we shall not be moved kind of energy. It's a little bit of this, like, the ability to understand, like, I almost see an energy that's like, you know someone who's so nice, and that's why when they were firm on something, like, they like it moved mountains, right? Because it's really interesting because they're giving me a lot of that message about, um you know walking softly but carrying a big stick. And what does that mean? Which is like, don't confuse kindness for weakness. you know like, there's a little bit of this energy. I keep on seeing someone being like, you know like, so sweet, like, so courteous, until like, you know what I mean? But there's a but there, and the but is everything, right? Right? It's like the difference between being a pushover and kindness, that's a choice, is often articulated in the space of when you stop being nice, right? And others start listening. And they're saying that this is a type of energy it was. At, you know, everybody loved them. So when they actually said no to things, they didn't say no to everything. But when they said no to things, you know, when they finally raised their voice on something, that's why people listened to them, because it was out of character, because it wasn't conditional. It was the firmness that said, this is not I'm not stubborn about something unless it's important. So, I feel like there's something about you stepping into that role, is why I kept on hearing the changing of the guard, because, um you know often, having to be in that space, it's not easy. It's not often going with the flow. They're saying it's not about going with the flow. It's knowing, it's, you know going with the flow when it's not important, but speaking up when it is. Like, they're saying something very important and valuable about, um an appreciation between you and them, because I keep on hearing, like, the difference, like, the voice of reason is often the voice that makes sense, you know and the voice of reason will often be the energy that speaks out when someone's being unreasonable. And what I'm basically saying, to a certain extent, and spirit's confirming this, is that this energy was effectively the voice of reason in some situation. And I feel like in that way they feel like that is a legacy that's falling to you, right? And it's not easy, because often when you feel like, when you're being the voice of reason in an unreasonable room, the song you will hear is you're being unreasonable. And then they're saying the answer you have to give is, am I being unreasonable, or am I making sense? So they're saying just be mindful of that, because it's not easy. But they're saying that you understand, like, the ability to um, help others see that is a gift that you both share. Bottom of the deck, yeah, right. It's like I keep on seeing, the ability. I keep on hearing the ability, the energy that is the voice of reason is the voice that knows when, like, like, when to go with the flow versus when not. It's not about, I keep on saying, it's not about like pulling everything apart. It's about trying to unify until something is important enough that it requires one to say your piece, if you will. Is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to understand everything. It's like if in the desire for everyone to get along, it often requires, I keep on seeing the energy that wants everyone to get along doesn't think so much about the self. They think about what like, they think about helping others see others' perspectives, is what I keep on seeing. It's um like those moments that it's not, I keep on hearing, like, and this is often what I see when I see strong ancestral readings, which is anything that tries to pull, like, that's why I always say, are you sure you want an ancestral reading? Because the energy of the ancestors is always like, anything that pulls the family apart is an issue. but but that ability of doing so, right? Like, that's the thing about it. Like, understanding, I keep on hearing, like, the message to remember is the fabric matters, but but also, like that ability of appreciating others' differences. I keep on hearing, it's not about everybody agreeing. It's about knowing that we have, like, that you have one another when push comes to shove, right? It doesn't require, I keep on hearing a message. You don't have to like each other, but you have to love each other. Is what I keep hearing. Like, that's the overarching message is coming through. You don't have to you don't have to like each other, but you have to love each other, right? And sometimes understanding that paradox is all that matters. And so I keep on seeing, it's like allowing that point of understanding that sometimes the energy that we care about tremendously frustrates us the most. It's like not letting the frustration, like, helping others remember. Like, I feel like there's something about them having conversations with others where they would almost, like, I feel like they would have to have this, like, head smack moment with another person and say, look, I don't care. Like, I see it be like, I don't care what petty thing you're going through. They're your blah, they're your X, they're your Y. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of energy that says, like, helping others keep a perspective between what isn't important versus what is vital. So I feel like, again, like they're saying, like, they did a lot of work in trying to keep the fabric together, and they're saying, think about a lot about that as you navigate forward in that same capacity. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Addison. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to open it up right now to 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and have not had a card pulled today, nobody's had a card pulled yet. We're just started. If you're a subscriber, you can put your question in. I'll be pulling a card for you. If you'd like to become a subscriber, you can hit my name. You can hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen, and you will also be able to have a card pulled. If anyone would like a full reading today, you can also get on the list. You will be the next person read for, and we're also at 55.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving this reading. All right. You're so welcome, Addison. I love the card for spirit. I've told I always, like, whenever I'm reading, like, I always have to check, because sometimes ancestor and spirit are in different places. Thinking of changing my name to Nature Best with all the animal interaction the past month. That's beautiful, Frida. I love it. Spirit stepping in as peer mediator. Yeah, this is an experience. No, they're in alignment. Like that, there it is. They're good. My ancestors don't agree with who my person is, but spirit does. Exactly. Perfect example. Like, I've seen this in readings. I always ask permission when I'm reading for ancestral energy. Thank you, Susie. Oh man, Nana, yes, walking gently with a stick. Yeah, that's the thing. Like again, very quiet unless it's important. Who are you guys referring to as spirit? We're talking about, like, energetic source. I have felt more connected to her since she entered hospice, and felt a huge energetic shift when she passed. No, I see. Like, that's what I keep on hearing, a force to be reckoned with, you know? Like, this is like holding down the fort kind of energy. But I feel like the reason you felt that is because the energy shifted to you. Like, they're saying to me that's why they heard changing of the guard. They're saying one of the reasons you felt a lot of that shift is because, like, a lot of that, like, a lot of the play, like, a lot of the work that they were doing moved towards you. Yeah. I keep on hearing, like, I feel like I can, like, I feel like, like, yeah, it's like here, you know. Um, to me, spirit is my guides, angels, and entities guiding me. They're high vibration. Exactly. That's a good way of describing it. The reasonable people in an unreasonable room. Yes, great analogy. Thank you, Addie. Ancestors, some could be guides, but most not vibrational. I like to describe ancestors are energy that is incarnated on the terrestrial plane in our family lines, and those are complicated. Like, they have their own desires, they have their own feelings about things, right? Spirit, like, spirit and source have more of a objective view on things, is the best way I can describe it. Like, when I read ancestral, it's like this, and spirit's more like this. Yes, could be different for others. Yeah, exactly, Amber. I had a feeling I knew who would show up. Yep. Yes, ancestors are not always like healthy guys. It's not that they're listen, it's not that they're not that they're it's not that they're not always healthy guides. I'll put it this way. Whenever I have an ancestral reading, the ancestors are very clear that they think that like, another child will solve everything. And I'm like, and I know, like, that's like that is not my that is a bunch of old Italian. That's a bunch of old Italians that like babies. Straight up. That's what I tried to say, but they weren't having it. Thank you for confirmation. Yes, Tobias, thank you for the follow. Double light flicker confirmation on that message. I love that, Nikki. Excellent. And thank you again, Addison, for having that reading with me. Um, And I feel like you're going to see, I mean, this energy doesn't feel like they're going, I mean, I would be surprised, you'll probably see signs around them because it feels like they're very, you know, like I see someone that's like still like, like they were not like, they did not, they're like, I feel like they're sticking around to make sure things are okay, like I see someone that's like, they're like they did not want to. They're fine with it, but they're grumpy. Is what I keep on seeing. You know. All right, one card for Ruby on love, please. All right, be patient right now. Just continue to be consistent in terms of what you want. Right. Highest priority messages from spirit. Yeah, I keep on hearing reciprocity is key right now in this energy that you're moving towards. Um, I keep on seeing the same messages. Energy that wants the same things as you, energy that builds towards anything that needs like adjustment. I feel like there's a lot of I keep on seeing, remembering, uh, I keep on hearing healthy energy is going to allow something to grow in like a slower way. It's not going to feel like it overwhelms you or like takes your breath away, is what I keep hearing. Like there's an intimacy wound that's healing here, so give something a little bit of time, but make sure you're also communicating what it is you need as it relates to something that might be bothering you, to help identify and recognize like energy that works to try to make something easier instead of faulting you for having feelings. And David, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. One card message from Spirit Team for Susie. Don't match energy right now, right? You might be completely right in relationality to something not being energetically balanced, but don't let it knock you off. Like, don't let it like knock you off your own like point of stabilization. Like, don't make an example, be the example. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like, don't let yourself get triggered. If someone's coming towards you in a way that is not acceptable, don't give them the pleasure of matching them in that way. Um, like it just allow it to reinforce, like let it disappoint you, but don't let it change you, is what I see. General for Ella. Yeah, I keep on like there's something about this here. I mean, this feels like a very like this is like channel some creativity right now. This is giving me something about like coming into some space of being energetically creative, like working on something in a big way. Um, like dream big. Go for it. Yeah. Don't doubt yourself. Anything's possible. Just build that plan. It's not about, I keep on seeing, um, it's about building, like, you have to make time to do something here, right? Like, channel that creativity into a plan. Um, don't get frustrated, get focused. Addison, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I had a changing of the guard download myself. I'm glad that that was in alignment. And this happened, I keep on seeing, this happened a few days before their passing. They're saying that this didn't they're saying that this happened before you, like they're saying you felt it when it happened. It wasn't at the time of their passing. They're saying it was a little bit of time before it. All right. Like it says, like it's like I feel like they were trying to deliver you a message. Yes, confirmation, lots to process. You're welcome, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. All right. Spirit led for Heather. Highest party messages from spirit. Um yeah, like I feel like you're getting clarity on something. And I don't want you to get upset at yourself if you're seeing something now that you couldn't see in the past. They're saying that you're seeing it now because you're prepared to recognize it. You should appreciate that. Don't get frustrated with yourself. Remember, like sometimes we only see things when we're healthy enough to be able to recognize them. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on I feel like these sometimes we have these moments that like we recognize, but we recognize them because we're ready, right? We recognize them because we're in a space that we're able to navigate through them in a way. Don't get mad at yourself if you couldn't see something at the time. Let the point of clarity be your affirmation that you're moving in the right direction. You're so welcome, Addison. Ava, one card, please. One card on how they're feeling. Conflicted, like heavy on the fives right now, like incredibly conflicted. Bottom of the deck. I feel like there's something you tried to tell someone and they just didn't believe you. I feel like someone did not take you at your face value. They didn't they didn't that's the thing that's painful about this. I keep on seeing someone that's like, I have no one to blame but myself, because I feel like they didn't, I don't know why they didn't believe your authenticity on something. you know I feel like someone who let some who are they talking to? You know what I mean? It's but again, and I feel like if that's again, it's I see someone recognizing that if they let someone sow seeds of doubt in them, that was their failure point. It's I see them almost being like they can't blame anyone but themselves, you know? And confirmation, lots to process. Thank you, Addison. That's what I think. Ancestors not ascend. Yeah, I mean, and that is not listen, they just sometimes they've got different opinions. It's not negative or positive. It's just different opinions. Different. Spirit led for Bean, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. I mean, I feel like you're on the cusp of a breakthrough. I just see kind of I just see something that you're doing in a different way and giving yourself a little bit of appreciate how far you've come. Um, you're not I keep on you're not going to repeat a cycle because you're not the same person that you were. I feel like there's something about understanding and being able to see something that you couldn't before, that is an energetic gift, right? And I keep on seeing it. It has to do with like it has to do with um I keep on getting messages about energy not being intimidated by you, but wanting you know what I mean? I keep on hearing it's not a competition. It's a celebration, if that makes sense. Thank you, Bean. One card. Oh, one card from Archangel Michael. Can I get a card from Archangel Michael, please? Um, I feel like there's you, I see a situation. It's interesting too because I'm seeing this energy right now in a space that they're their job is to help us recognize what can and cannot be fixed, right? And they're saying they're saying you know the ability your ability to fix your ability to fix things needs to be directly proportional to another's desire not to break them, is what I keep hearing. your ability your ability to fix something needs to be like, cannot override another ability's desire to break something. Yeah, let that serve as confirmation, you know? Like, that's like that, I keep on seeing, like, they're like, they keep on, I keep on hearing messages of being like, the job is, the job is not, the job isn't fixing everything. It's observing if someone's constantly breaking stuff. Thank you. And something about your car is what I'm getting to. I'm not sure what's up with that, you know? Thank you. One card for Chrissy on how they're feeling. One card for Chrissy, please. I keep on, every time I read for someone, I feel like someone's really focused on work, like trying to get some kind of new opportunity, you know? Like it's giving me, like, it feels to me like someone who's trying to fix something with you by getting a promotion, which like doesn't make any sense, you know? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like that, like energy would rather get a promotion than have a than just fix something. Like again, it feels like someone like working in some kind of space feeling like if they get some kind of position, it's gonna it's gonna change your opinion on something. But I almost see the fact that like that's why I think it's wild. It's like those are like it almost feels like energy trying to impress you instead of trying to fix something with you, if that makes sense. Thank you for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Oh, he's one of your protectors. I love that, Bridget. For all of us. Yes, Michael's great to call in. Oh, thank you for the compliment on my shirt, dear. Um, Absolutely. I've been calling on him since I was little. I love that. Yes, ancestors seem to come through with, I mean, it's not, listen, I want to speak what I want to be very respective for ancestral energy. It's not that ancestral energy um, has biases, but you have to understand that energy is shaped by what they experience. So it can be like sometimes, there's a bit more anxiety in the face of change, right? Like it's very much like about like articulating upon what one knows or what one feels safe about, right? So that's why I always like to navigate ancestral readings with like confirming with spirit, because there are times that when I've read like for energy that's been here, that their opinion on things differs, like differs from our own path work, Ella, your subscription's ended, dear, if you'd like to renew. Yes, ancestors love to play matchmaker from the other side. Sometimes, like, not like, and much like many matchmakers, right? What happens with matchmakers? But you guys would be so good together, being like, but no, like, no. Yes, absolutely. Always. I mean, we've got some grumpy energy happening right now, Frida. So just stay positive right now. One card for Melly. General, please. Highest priority messages from spirit. Um, no passive aggressive stuff. If someone can't say something like if somebody can't say something to your face, who like don't you didn't see it. Because here's the thing, when someone's passive aggressive, it's usually because they recognize that what they're feeling is energetically like if someone does not have the ability to put into words something they're feeling, it's usually because it's from their ego. Because they realize that how do you like passive aggressive is energy like working in the context of feeling angry about something but realizing that it's not sensical. So, if you're feeling like that, like, give someone the opportunity to have an open conversation with you and just observe it and move through it. Yeah. Sometimes we trigger people, right? And like when we trigger others, like, and like respectfully, that's that they got to work through that. right? Like if we feel something that bothers us about another and we can't put into words, that's an us problem, right? Like that's like you got like we got to fix our you got to fix in here. Like that's something we got to fix in here so it doesn't project out here, you know? And I feel like it's hard when we experience that, but the guides are saying like don't take it too personally, you know? Nikki, one card on T's energy towards me. Mm. The exit, reach out in the other dream. Oh, we haven't even read on the other dream. Okay. They're sorry. I mean, I can't, I'm literally hearing the song, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I was like, their priorities were a mess. I keep on hearing someone say, I didn't realize that was the last time. I did not, like, I keep on seeing someone say, I did not real, I keep on hearing them go, I did not realize that was the last time I would see you. I feel like there was something here. Someone had all assurances, you know, like I just see someone like who just like it feels like someone who feels really heavy, like they dropped the ball on something, you know. But I also see someone saying like I feel like them like I keep on seeing them say it's my fault, you know, like I didn't I took something for granted. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you for the compliment, dear. Thank you for the compliment, Robin. You're welcome, Ruby. Namaste, Susie. Can I have one card, General from Source? My love team. I like that. My love team. You haven't missed anything. The best is yet to come. And I know how frustrating that can feel. Um, but I keep on hearing you're not doing anything wrong right now. And recognize, like, you know, I feel like there's something you're doing now better than ever because, like, they're just saying rejection you're recognizing that rejection is protection. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like especially if someone's around you right now being super fickle. It's not your job to navigate around another person's fickleness. It's just your job to recognize it. So just, you know, they're saying honor your feelings, but don't be reactive in the face of it, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me and thank you for being a subscriber, Amber. You're welcome, Chrissy. You're welcome, Bridget. Hold on a moment. And Lucy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Frida, I had a friend pass away. Oh my gosh, dear. I was sleeping and got launched into a wall. I'm sending you so much support. That is traumatizing. I hope you're well. That is very heavy. And I mean, I think it just speaks to how energetically connected you must be to them. I'm holding you in light. You're welcome, Heather. One card, please. Is C okay? One card, please, around that connection. I mean, I I see something. I mean, I see someone annoyed, but okay. If that makes sense. You know, like I see someone like energetically like frustrated about something, you know, but like working through it is what I'm getting. Can I get one card to clarify? Yeah, I mean, you know, I think that there's something that I'm recognizing here. It feels like someone who puts a lot of pressure on themselves is what I'm seeing. And so I feel like in that way, I'm almost identifying a circumstance or situation where like they have to give themselves a bit more compassion for themselves is what I'm seeing. Because I feel like they hold themselves to some kind of high energetic standard in some kind of way, shape, or form. You know, like we are all guilty of this to a certain extent. So I feel like that ability of not like, you know, like they're trying to come into that space of balance by easing up as it relates to how hard they are on themselves, if that makes sense. You're so welcome, Ava. Hi there. What's up, little? Welcome back. I feel it coming. It's close. I don't think it's like Bean. I don't think it's coming. I think you're in the middle of it. You know, like I know you're saying you feel like it's coming, but I feel like you're like you've already like you're already in the process of it. You can absolutely have a card, little. One card, please. Um, don't listen to me. Don't get triggered right now. Don't get triggered. I'm gonna tell you if something is not working and like if some like identify like articulate on the problem, don't react to it. You know, bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially if someone's coming towards you in a way that is completely unacceptable. That's all you have to say. Like this is not acceptable. Don't let someone project onto you. And just and like again, don't like because and again, if someone's triggering you, all you do, if someone reacts to you in a way that's completely uncalled for, and you react back, then that's great. All you've taught them is they can come towards you in the silliest way, and they can just all they need to do to get a reaction from you is behave to you in the way they want you to behave to them. So, you know, ask the question instead of allowing that to upset you. True on so many words. Thank you, Frida. Addie, one card. Okay. Oh, one card a day, Addie. Thank you, though. Bridget, the puppy's desire to break the couch. No. Also, you just got you got a new car last month. They're saying that that had something to do with them, is what they were saying. I don't know why they kept on bringing up the car thing, but they were going like they had their hands in a car. They were like, like you're welcome, Bridget. And thank you, Ron, for sharing the live. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Tyler. Rainbow. I'm already super impressed with them. Can imagine them trying to get a promotion. They're very work focused. Thank you. Hi there, and Theo. How are you doing today, dear? I just sent Ella. Oh, you sent Ella a subscription. Thank you so much, Bridget. You are the best. And Ella, if you'd like a one card, just let me know, dear. Whitney, one card. Highest party messages from Spirit, please. Go for it. What is this? Just do it. What do you like commute like just like I keep on like it's interesting. I keep on hearing extend that olive branch. Yeah, I got I'm getting something here. I don't know if this is someone you want to communicate with or you haven't spoken to in a long time, you know? Um, you know, it's feeling to me like I see like I keep on hearing like I don't know if you've changed your mind about something, it's okay to communicate to someone about that, you know? Like that's what I'm hearing, you know? I love that. If someone didn't say something to your face, you didn't see it. Taking that one with me. No, that's the thing. Like that's the thing with the passive aggressive energy, which is like, you know, when we're feeling passive aggressive, it's usually because we can't articulate on what's bothering us. So when we feel passive aggressive about things, like that's why I was telling you guys, like during this eclipse cycle, like working in the context of identifying and recognizing like what one can change, you know, like what one can like identifying what one observes outside the self versus what we can change within the self, you know, it's productive. Yes, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Passive aggressive is kind of toddler vibes. It is, I mean, like, I like that. But here's the thing, like, you know, toddlers will get upset about things that are unreasonable. And I feel like that's what happens when we feel passive aggressive. It's like we can't, you know, it's that, you know, it's that energy that is just like, it's like that nastiness because we can't, like, we feel embarrassed about how we feel. So I always feel like it's our responsibility to be very introspective whenever we feel that need to be passive aggressive, because often the passive aggressiveness is telling us something that we need to pay attention to. I trigger people all the time, especially at work. It's like, why do you care? But I mean, and that's like, I need to point this out. If we trigger another person and there's something that we can do to change, we want that note, right? And again, and like, it's our responsibility if someone's trigger us in a way that's adaptable to be able to articulate it. But if we can't articulate why someone's triggering us, we got to investigate that. Like, that's, we got to check ourselves. Was many years ago, something you said correlated with it and reminded me of it. Last 9 days, only two. I'm so glad that this message is helping you understand something from the past, Rita. I got you, and Theo. Actually, may I have one card for advice on romantic life? Absolutely. One card, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Um, Healthy partnership's going to get easier, not more difficult, is what I keep seeing. And I keep on seeing a good energetic connection for you is not going to shy away from a difficult conversation. Yeah, you know, don't hold it in. Talk about it. You know, don't let the past shape the present. You know, you can tell someone it's hard for you to talk about something because of an experience in the past, but don't let the past inform the present, even if it feels similar. You know, thank you. I feel like you're healing an intimacy wound right now around love. So um, I keep on seeing, don't harbor, communicate. I like the tisk tisk, Nikki. And Tate, good to see you. Highest priority, please. Two cards coming out. I feel like there's a lot of this work that you're doing right now in being confident with the self. And I think what's like what's nice about that is I almost see like a bit more of a resistance in having to put energy towards something that's not working. You know, like I just see that like something about you coming into yourself is just walking away from things that aren't in alignment to you rather than getting rather than letting them frustrate you or upset you. Like I feel like I see you in a space of finding the confidence to articulate upon something and then just observing how another person reacts instead of allowing them to bring that volatility out from within you. Yeah, it's hard because I feel like, again, if you're feeling disappointed right now and devastated instead of devastated, you're moving in the right direction, right? Like I feel like there's just like that moment that I just see you kind of like brushing things off to a certain extent, but because you know yourself now, right? You're not letting yourself like agonize over why something is the way it is, just like saying it is what it is. T definitely messed up. He saw my post with my new partner, probably woke him up, hence the dream. Thank you for confirmation on that, Nikki. I keep on seeing someone who was like, I feel like there was something convinced that there was like they were like there was a back and forth between you that was going to continue, and that just now like that just clarified it. On point. You're so welcome, Addie. One card on if I should accept. Oh, Yaz, your subscription ended, dear. If you'd like to renew, you're so welcome, Addie. Oh man, I feel that. Thank you, little vamp. Extend an olive. They're saying like if it feels like someone who wants to communicate with you, and I gotta stress this. It feels like something from the past. I'm going through a breakup, and I'm sure they don't mean. Oh no, no, no. Okay, thank you. Maybe it's about an old dream. Yeah, it feels like something from the past was what I was seeing there. Passive aggressive is like it's not enough to articulate, so we keep it in, but are grumpy. Well, and I mean, like, I like to point out, like we always experience things that bring up some of those like stinging feelings, right? But when we're working through that stinginess, like we do the under, we recognize why something stings instead of stinging in because we feel because we feel stung. if that makes sense. And Yaz, thank you for subscribing, dear. All right, let me get back to that question. Hold on a minute. Backing up to Yaz's one card if I should accept to go on a date. Ooh, with Ellie. Highest party messages from spirit around this. Again, but we don't let the cards make our decisions for us. We let them inform our decisions. Can I have one card in relationality to the direction? I mean, this is feeling like this is giving me a lot of this like why not energy, you know? Like this feels like I mean, is there some kind of past connection between you and this person? It feels like somebody who wants an opportunity to explain themselves. Yeah, like this is I keep on seeing it's going to feel it's going to inform you, right? Like they say to me like there's something about that that's going to provide some kind of context and clarity and closure around something. But I keep on seeing like remember um like I keep on hearing remember the tenets of a good apology, which is like accountability and a plan on how to fix something going forward is what I keep seeing. Thank you, Yaz. All right. And Zen, thank you for the follow. Us Leos are triggering without even doing anything. It is, it's true. It's hard, right? And it really is. I feel like it's something that is Sages do it too. Um, and when you observe it, you have to you have to work through it, you know? It's painful. Thank you for resubscribing, Yaz. Yep, I've got you. I mean, and they're saying like as it relates to the healing, there's something to be said about readiness. Like they're saying to me, like it's not about readiness. It's about like there's a part of you I'm seeing that's never going to feel ready, right? It's like it's working in the context of like allowing oneself to feel like to like I feel like there's something about the observation that it feels like the closure is coming through and moving forward. So they're saying if you're ready to have that closure point, um, you know, that is the condition by which you can identify, you know, like it's making something a reality, if that makes sense. You're so welcome, Whitney. I feel very I think whenever we experience passive aggressive energy, it's painful, right? Because often when you try to ask another to explain why and they're too triggered to do it, it's very painful when we like and I feel like Leos are very good at picking up when that's happening, right? And it hurts because you want to fix it, but you can't. I think my ex's energy, who still keeps reaching out with the energy of this new person, got all mixed up. No, I see two different energies around you, but that's what I keep on seeing. Like, I would definitely say, like, I need to articulate this. If you still feel like there's a possibility to heal something with that ex, then I would potentially like reconsider moving forward in terms of the connection because I keep on like they keep on saying that there's something about you doing so that feels like it's a closure point, you know? Like it's helping another person say like this is not a conversation. This is like you're moving forward. Yes, that resonates. I think it's a choice to be in the ready situation. That's what I keep on seeing about it. Like they're saying in a way, like it's making something real and saying like, no, this is not an argument. This is over. Story of my life when we were still connected, getting out there with help. Thank you for also for supporting each other in the lives, Nikki. I definitely know I don't want to go back to the ex. I'm trying to make him stop. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry you're experiencing that. Yeah, as well. I mean, like again, if that's the case, then it feels like, you know, this feels energetically supportive in the direction that you're trying to move towards. And thank you as well. Grace, I got you, dear. One card for Grace, please. Take some time for yourself right now. I keep on seeing like let this moving up into this Libra full moon, like self-care is key, you know? I got to say I feel like this Libra full moon might be a little bit more challenging for you because like it just feels like a lot energetically, like it says to me like the thing with it is like um it might have a little bit of a different impact on you than it does for those around you. So make sure that you're grounding right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like grounding is key. It's going to have a little bit of a different impact on you because I keep on seeing it's very high frequency. Like the Libra energy can be very high frequency, so make sure that you're doing things that feel like they ground you through it. Yes, because I am one. Thank you for confirming, Race. Yes, thank you for confirming. All right. Smoke. These are one card readings for subscribers. The noise is yeah, like it's gonna intensify as we move closer to it. So just why they're saying like make sure that you're grounding because you're hypersensitive to it. And Smoke, if you would like a card pulled, you can become a subscriber, or if you'd like a full reading, you can you can purchase full reading. 11 months with a compressed spine. Oh dear. I hope that they're able to do something about that. I'm sending you so much support. As a Libra Sun Aries moon, the full moon's effect is so strong. Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to have a big impact on you as well. And so again, just doing everything you can like to ground through this right now will be helpful. I would have to get a full reading, but I guess not. It's okay. No problem. The next full moon's on the 13th. All right, my friends, final call right now for anyone who would like a full reading. If you'd like to get on the list. Also, if you are a subscriber and have not had a card pulled today and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. Hi there, Bozena. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. All you need to do is send the donation payment. Or if you join and become a member on the place where we keep the videos, I'm happy to pull a card for you. It's a Libra full moon. The surrounding area has progressed in the right way. I'm just hoping I can heal. I do too. I wish that for you as well, Frida. It's a pink moon, yep. So it's working through a lot of intimacy, right? A lot of emotionality, a lot of vulnerability, a lot of tenderness, but a lot of balance. So all right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Just a reminder, if you became a subscriber today, welcome. Thank you for joining our collective. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective. Also, you will find there in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our Tarot Church class program. Our next tarot class is next week on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the Hanged Man. If we will be back on tomorrow at our regular time, which is 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I'm going live, you can head over to my profile now and activate the bell. That'll turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow, as sometimes those notifications don't push unless you register. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. I'm back. I had to go out as soon as I asked for my reading, so thank you. I'll check the video post. I've got you. Absolutely, Amber. You're so welcome, Nikki. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing your afternoon and evening with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.